Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder All Weather coming to you live here with another update. We have a busy day ahead of us, folks. I mean, it's looking pretty. It's one of those long duration events. So we're on early this afternoon. We're going to go over a ton of different stuff happening with overall weather and kind of go over the different what happened yesterday essentially from the big outbreak that unfolded. We actually had up to 100 different, severe thunderstorm, warnings and watches. And I want to make sure I'm actually live here. Uh, pull up a screen here. Yes. Where's the chat box? All right, I got it. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Sorry, wanted to sign into. Minimize this. This one. All right, guys. Yes, I'm making sure I'm all set up properly and everything. All right, cool. All right, so we got so we have a lot to talk about, folks. We got a very busy day ahead. So let's talk about this overall setup. We do have an ongoing tornado watch currently right now. Uh, so we got an active tornado watch. Everything's kind of getting going this afternoon. Thanks for doing the stream. Sure, you're welcome. Hello from Wichita. Hi, Oklahoma. How you doing? Wichita Falls. Cool. All right. So yeah, so let's delve into this, folks. I mean, gosh, it was a extremely busy day yesterday. I mean, I could just put up some of the reports from yesterday, and it was yesterday was one of those days that it just took off, and once it started, it looked like it basically didn't want to stop. It was a very busy day. Let me show you what we're talking about here. These are all some of the storm reports that are coming out. I was looking at some of the action overall for Des Moines. The Des Moines National Weather Service actually issued 42 tornado warnings yesterday. That was actually the most 42 warnings, the most the National Weather Service has actually sent out in the last 5 years. That's how crazy yesterday was. There's right now currently 100 tornado reports. It doesn't imply there has been 100 tornadoes. The National Weather Service has got to do all their due diligence and survey all the damage, and that could take at least a week and a half. Oh, but it was an extremely busy day up there into Nebraska, back into Iowa. We had some tornadoes further south into portions of Kansas. There was a couple of Missouri, and then we had some tornado warnings down there in Texas. So that's what was going on today, and we have our own threat that's going on. That was what was happening yesterday. We have our own threat that's actually going to happen today, and today is one of those days that we kind of have some morning activity, which we're seeing now, and then we have kind of an late evening, like an overnight type setup as well. So this is one of those things that it's not going to end anytime soon. It's one of those long duration events. And in fact, the National Weather Service, let me put up some of the parameters here and what we're talking about. This is the newest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So they went ahead and did kind of expand that moderate risk for severe storms. That included the Wichita Falls, Oklahoma, back into areas Tulsa and Bartlesville, those areas up into Wichita, back into Emporia. That has a moderate risk, folks, and that it just means the atmosphere is prime for potential tornadoes, if not strong tornadoes. And it's also prime for large to, if not very large, hail and damaging winds. It is one of those days, if a lot of the dynamics do come together, it could turn nasty like really quick, folks. So it is, yeah. And then there's like I mentioned, there's an afternoon threat, and then I think there's an overnight. into the wee hours of the morning threat with a kind of a nastier squall line that's going to be inundated. But it's one of those rare days that you do in fact have a expanded tornado risk within this whole corridor of Oklahoma. So Oklahoma looks to take the brunt of this system. Oklahoma and Kansas, you got an extremely powerful low-level jet coming in, and that is just really going to amplify. And unfortunately, right now, again, it's like we saw yesterday. It's like 12:30. Things are right now popping right along the dry line there. Things are slowly shifting eastbound. And so, of course, we're heating up the atmosphere as we speak. And a lot of the dynamics like really all started to come together there at peak heating yesterday, where, the Omaha National Weather Service just went nuts and exploded with numerous tornado warnings. And that's when we had some of those wedge tornadoes that unfolded. There were several of those. There was long track tornadoes yesterday. So hopefully it doesn't get that intense today, but I can tell you the dynamics are there, unfortunately, and some of the dynamics actually look even stronger than what appeared like yesterday. That is definitely a concerning element to this puzzle. That it's just one of those days that we got to hope the atmosphere doesn't come together just right, because if it does, it can be an extremely bad day. It is unfortunately one of those days. But let's talk about where we are currently right now. So we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Well, there's actually 6 of them. So this boundary right here, everything's kind of getting going. We've got one down towards just south of the Wichita region. That's got some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. Yeah, severe thunderstorm located over Gouda Springs, about 9 miles southwest of the Oxford region. So yeah, just expect about 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, and then a quarter-size hail. These aren't fairly significant as of yet. One of those situations where we're going to be seeing isolated supercells start to bubble up across this line, and because they're isolated, makes them pretty discrete. So they're a little small, but they're nasty if you're underneath one of those. And this, like this one, for example, it has actually got some golf ball size hail with it right now, as we speak. That is just west of. That's in Oklahoma. Yes, between Vernon. Yeah, Vernon and Childers. This is far northwest Texas up here. So this is another isolated supercell that's laying down some quarter to almost golf ball size hail. Locations in its path are the Goodlet region. So you need to take shelter in the Goodlet region. It's one of those days too. If you are home, if you live in those high impact areas, definitely just stay weather aware. Yeah, you got a possibility of like some significant hail, and some of these could produce some towering cloud tops, 50, 60,000 feet, 65,000 feet at times. Hey, watching from Oklahoma. Hey, Jessica, how are you doing? Hey, thanks everybody for tuning into Oklahoma. Pal, what part of the country are you in? Oh, I live in Texas myself. I live actually in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where I currently is my home. But yeah, you can see the these isolated nature, folks, right? So you just see these isolated natures of these supercell thunderstorms. We've got yet another one popping up, right along the dry line there in West Texas, and that's got some 70-mile-per-hour winds with it, and some half dollar size hail as well. So these are going to be small but discrete, intense supercells. So not everybody's going to get one of these things, but if you do happen to get one, it's going to turn pretty nasty fairly quickly, and as it moves off to the east. So, and unfortunately, it is actually, I don't know if you can remember the tornado outbreak of April 27, 2011. This is the actual anniversary of that, and yeah, so hopefully it don't get that bad, because that day we had 216 confirmed tornadoes just within that 24-hour time span. So yes, it is one of those elevated days. The dynamics are definitely ripe for significant severe weather. We're just gonna have to see if it all kind of comes together, and hopefully it doesn't right at the right time. So right now we are fairly tame. There's no tornado warnings out there currently right now, but we do have some supercells, and that's how it starts. I mean, these cloud tops are getting higher up in the atmosphere. They are producing some larger hail as well, so that's always concerning. These are all more or less moving. You know, this one's actually moving north. This is near the Wakefield region, just north into Oklahoma. Or actually, this one's in Kansas right now. Hi, shout out to Pal Ponder. I was born and raised in Justin. Cool. Yeah, I grew up in Houston myself. So I grew up in Houston. I've been in Dallas since about '96, really. So one of those native Texans. I've been here all my life. So, but yeah, you can see the nature of these supercells. We can expand the view and show you what else is happening out there. So this is one of those risk days that is going to kind of get going. We've got a low pressure center setting up across Panhandle right now, and that's got an extremely powerful trough that's digging in, and you got all this area, you know, in the warm sector right here, and that's the concerning part. Is as the low level jet gets a little bit closer, as this low kind of rapidly deepens and starts to intensify as this moves off to the northeast, that is going to cause extreme amount of shear at the lower levels, and that's when the atmosphere is going to start to rotate. And hopefully that does not happen at peak heating, because if that does happen, that's going to turn pretty devastating fairly quickly. So we can look at some of the short range guidance models and kind of show you what we're kind of maybe ahead for as we get into deeper in the afternoon. And let's look at the overall convection models. This is the HRRR. So let's look at the 12Z. Let's let this run through, and I'll show you what we're kind of talking about here. We're going to let this run through, and I'll go over it with you. All right, so this is your 12Z guidance. This was, just let it run through. This is about 3 o'clock. All right, so we see the isolation bubblers that are bubbling up right now, right? So this is about 3 o'clock. So around 3 o'clock, this is future radar. We could see this whole line start to bubble up, and they're already turning isolated severe. So some of these could turn even more significant severe. Anytime you see some of those purple shaded, you know, dots there, those are large scale supercell thunderstorms that have the probability of getting to those 2 to 3 inch, you know, hailstones that comes out of the atmosphere. And that's concerning, because you can see the discrete supercell nature of this beast, if you will. Another squall line coming through north of the Oklahoma City region, back into Wichita, through the Manhattan region. We've got some activity starting to build just north of Kansas. Notice further south, just isolated bubblers there into the Oklahoma City region. Just spotty activity as you move further south, closer into Dallas. And that's 3 o'clock. So this is 5 o'clock. So notice what happens here. I do feel there's a pretty strong capping inversion. If you do in fact live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you may not actually get the afternoon activity. So you do have a strong cap. Where you don't have the cap is out in West Texas, where this, you know, along the dry line here, that seems to be a little bit more favorable area to break the cap and have large scale, significant, more severe storms, you know, in its wake. So those areas into Wichita Falls, back into Vernon, just west of the Oklahoma City region, these areas are not going to be moving that fast. So it's, you know, once you get under these supercells, you're going to have them with you for, you know, an extended period of time, because these are going to be slowly shifting off to the east as we get deeper into the afternoon, into the evening time frame. So if we can continue to move the needle, you can actually see by 9 o'clock, this is around 9 o'clock, you see there's still nothing more or less in eastern Oklahoma, not much of anything down there towards into Dallas region, south central Texas. Everything's still out west, right? Everything's out west, northwest of the Metroplex. These are when you could see some dramatic tornadoes unfolding and some very intense winds. Look at that squall line that comes through potentially the Oklahoma City region in about the 9 o'clock time frame. So this is when I think it gets fairly active across a good part of the central U.S., the southern plains. That squall line coming through Oklahoma City, through Tulsa, through Wichita, back through the Kansas City region. And that's another system that heads further north, back into Des Moines again, back into the Davenport region, and we'll just continue to move through. And so this is about midnight. So you have the first initial band, pretty intense squall line. So we're talking some probably 60, 70, if not some 80 mile per hour wind gust within this region, through the Oklahoma City region, back through Tulsa, that area, back through the Bartlesville region, back through Independence, through Omaha, back into Des Moines. And then further south, again, there's still not much right in the Metroplex. There's not much in Texas there. It's all west Texas, with another renewed squall line, with another disturbance coming in from the west. This is around midnight, so this would be midnight. So if we move the needle and go all the way to, say, 2, maybe even 3 o'clock in the morning. So this is 3 o'clock in the morning. So if you look at the big picture here, we've got those isolated supercells back further west, 3 o'clock in the morning. Pretty intense squall lines that does come through, Oklahoma, through Tulsa, and back through areas of Kansas City into the Jefferson City region. And then further north, this will actually swing all the way up into Bloomington, as well as into the Chicago region. So it's going to be a nasty night, folks. It is one of those nights that you can see a widespread, severe line of intense thunderstorms coming out of that squall line. So this would likely, again, produce some significant hail, some isolated spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of that line, and some significant wind gusts of the order of 50, 60, 70, in some words, 80 miles an hour. And there's some areas in Oklahoma, I wouldn't be surprised if you could actually get some 90-mile-per-hour winds and into the overnight hours. So it's going to be one of those bumpy nights ahead, trust me, for a good part of the southern plains. And this is about 6 o'clock in the morning. You can see that squall line's really starting to take its sweet time. And so luckily by then it'll lose a lot of the daytime heating. It doesn't look as intense as you go into the 8 o'clock in the time frame. But with the slow moving nature of this system, flash flooding is going to be an extreme concern with this particular setup. There's numerous flood watches inundated across Kansas, Oklahoma, and portions of Texas. I showed you the squall line. With that slow moving nature of the squall line, that's going to lead to possible significant flooding in the overnight hours. Some of these areas could easily pick up 4 to 6 inches of rain with 2-inch per hour rainfall weights at the slow moving nature of this dynamic system that's going to be moving in from west to east. So you can see it's going to be a bumpy night ahead for sure. So let's go back to the watches here, and it appears we do have a all right, so this is where we stand right here. We do have a tornado watch in place. This is a current tornado watch in place until 7 o'clock, so it does include those areas. Sorry, let me go back to the single rate. All right, so this is a tornado watch that is currently in place right now at the moment for northeast Kansas, back into areas of southeast Kansas, back into Nebraska, and does include a few significant tornadoes possible. A couple intense tornadoes is not out of the question. We could have some widespread large hail, scattered very large hail events of anywhere from 2.5 inches in diameter, some wind gusts of upwards to 75 miles an hour. So yeah, even before we get into the nighttime hours, these thunderstorms could turn pretty intense, even with this initial line here. Check some. Hey, batten down the hatches for sure. Enjoying the stream. Jerry, please go on the safe side and call them if it's postponed. I'm getting my bearings right. I'm using another form of streaming, so I want to make sure this is all set up properly and everything. All right, so it looks like I'm all set up properly and everything. Verify that. All right. So yeah, it's just one of those it's one of those days. Hopefully it doesn't turn out what the atmosphere says it could turn out to be, because it could be fairly one of those fairly significant days. And we certainly don't need that after what we dealt with yesterday. Right now, we are dealing with several, isolated severe thunderstorms, essentially from the Kansas City region all the way down further south into West Texas. That's where the initial activity is currently right now. So, hey, Clayton, yeah, PDS watch for Western Oklahoma until around 8 o'clock. Yeah, so we're going to be doing extended live coverage on this channel for the duration of the afternoon into the evening hours. Like I showed you, it's one of those nights going to be pretty significant and a kind of a longer duration event. So right now, it's just kind of the calm before the storm. There's a lot of areas that are experiencing some fairly nice weather right now, but you are in that atmosphere where it is prime, right? You got dew points surging into the 60s, if not some of the low 70s, and you got an extremely powerful negative tilted trough coming in out west and a deepening area of low pressure. A lot of shear at the surface. It's never a good sign when if you poke any holes in the atmosphere, any sun. This is one of those days the sun is actually not your friend. You don't want to poke holes in some of that higher end cloud deck and heat up the atmosphere, add to that instability, because that can only turn nasty fairly quickly. And it is one of those days that, once the atmosphere, once this any type of capping inversion may actually break. I mean, these supercells could turn severe, literally from nothing to severe in like probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It's not going to take much to really explode these thunderstorms in this atmosphere. But you can see the kind of the upscale growth of this of these systems as they continue to move across east northeast bound. Everything's forming out west currently right now. Put the surface map on and kind of give you a better bearings of what we're talking about here. Yeah, so this is the low pressure. You basically have the low here. You got the area of low pressure here. You got the negatively tilted trough out west. You got the southwest winds pumping in the moisture. And you got the warm front lifting north, right? So you got the warm front lift all the way. That's why we have a risk even all the way up into Wisconsin, even into Michigan. Look at the warm front. It's almost in Canada. That's almost unheard of for late April, right? So that puts this whole area under the gun, prime atmosphere, right? So that's the concern with this nature of the beast. Warm front's already lifted. It's got a lot of breath. It's no other room to, the warm front could lift all the way up into Canada, really. And so now as the low pressure continues to deepen, as this negatively tilted trough gets a little bit closer, it's going to cause this air to rise, and that's why we see one initial squall line and then probably another initial squall line that will form on the back side underneath it, with another disturbance moving into the overnight hours. And that's when we could see that a lot more elongated squall line with the first one kind of intersecting with the second one, and it pushes eastbound into the overnight hours, causing that Very intense high winds, tornadic activity and along the leading edge of that squall line, and also um, very heavy rain. That's when the flood threat, I do feel like that's when the flood threat is more prevalent. So in this area, so as we get closer. So let's zoom in because we do have another supercell that looks to fire down there into the Lawton region. All right, so we have another isolated supercell that popped up near Lawton. This has got some quarter-size hail with it. This is all moving off to towards the Lawton region, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is actually moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So locations in the path of this supercell, I can do the math for you. Working. I don't know. Sorry, my keyboard stopped working. But yeah, so it was moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So yeah, locations in the path are going to be. It was just located south of the Chattanooga region. So Lawton, Oklahoma is in the path of this this storm. Lake Latonka, and also Wildlife Refuge path of this isolated supercell. It's got some quarter-size hail with it. So right now, here's we have several severe thunderstorm warnings, and some of the biggest hails with it is actually some golf ball size hail. This is with this system down here in northwest Texas, between Vernon and the Childress region. This one's actually the more significant. Does have some damaging golf ball size hail with it. That is moving northeast as well, heading towards the El Dorado region, crossing over into the state of Oklahoma. And let's put the vertical shear on it, see if there's anything that's rotating. So not terribly too concerning at the moment with this as far as like rotation, but it is laying down some 60-mile-per-hour wind. So we'll have to watch this little notch here if it starts to kind of show signs of rotation. It continues to move off to the northeast. I will leave because I'm in the chat thinking I could drag my emoji. Made my keyboard stop. Hey, so nothing for DFW until midnight. Yeah, Rob, that may be the case. I mean, it does appear a lot of the forecast soundings does appear there's a fairly significant cap over the Metroplex, and that may shut down activity. I would look for like 2 o'clock, in between 2 and 4 o'clock. That's the more concerning part. If there's no supercells that form into that 2 or 4 o'clock time frame, then you're probably not going to get anything until after midnight with that squall line. And that squall line, that's going to break the cap for everybody. So the main activity is likely going to be further north into Oklahoma and Kansas and points northbound. Instead of theirs, as well as out in West Texas. But yeah, as far as like the Dallas Metroplex, it definitely appears to have a little bit stronger cap in place. More of a conditional, what they call a conditional threat, if it actually does pop or not. Yeah, but right now, these isolated supercells out here closer to the dry line is already popped. There's no capping inversion there out there, but it is discrete. Those got those isolated nature of these supercells. That's why we're seeing these little, kind of isolated bubblers bubble up in that atmosphere. We're going to be laying down some pretty healthy hail in its wake as well. Most of these storms are going to be fairly moving quick. Remember, we got a more of intense low-level jet. So the storms are going to be racing to the northeast. Line is going to be slowly moving from west to east. That's going to set up that more significant. All right, so we do have our first tornado warning of the day. Looks like we have our first tornado warning of the day, so let's take off. All right, so we do have a tornado warning currently right now. This is for northeastern Kansas, and as well as north central Kansas. This is located over the Wakefield region, Wakefield in the Kansas region. That's moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Locations in its path are going to be Riley, as well as Leonardville around 105. So that's going to put that supercell in your area that is showing signs of rotation right there. Just looks to be south of the Leonard region. Now, let me take this watch off. All right, so there is your tornado warning right there. This is in Kansas. Looks to be northwest of Manhattan, if you live in the area, you definitely need to be in your safe zone. We're not getting a confirmation on a tornado, but it is showing signs of rotation at the moment. See that rotating supercell right there heading towards the Leonard region at about 110. Obala, Leonard, Randolph, all looks to be in the crosshairs of this rotating supercell. If you live in those areas, you need to be in your safe zone immediately. Lowest floor of the house, surrounded by all walls. We don't have a confirmation on this, but it is showing some broad rotation at the moment as it's continued to moving northeast bound, about 30 miles an hour. I hope you stacked up on Red Bull. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty tired from yesterday. I crashed last night, streaming for eight and a half hours. That's this is a long time, and it's one of those back-to-back days like that. Yeah, it's an extremely busy time in the weather department for sure. Are you gonna make it to midnight? So, yeah, it was a pretty long time from now, huh? Don't even end at midnight. You can see this thing goes all the way into the wee hours of the morning into tomorrow, because even Sunday has a threat. I mean, Sunday has another threat, further east. All right, looks like we got a new flood warning too. So we're going to be seeing numerous one of these pop up. So this is another concern about what's going on today. So a flood warning. This area has picked up 2.5 inches of rain up there, just to the west of the Enid region in Oklahoma, northwest of the Oklahoma City region. So this is just kind of that trainingness of these supercells that's moving across on that slow moving nature and very high water content. I mean, this is the end of April, heading into those first couple of weeks of May. This is always the wettest time of the year. And so it's not going to take much when you have rainfall potential of the atmosphere 1.5 and 2 inch per hour at times. So just doing the math, if it takes the system 3 hours to get across your region, it's going to lay down possibly 6 inches of rain in a very short amount of time. And so it's exactly what we're seeing, the beginning stages of that in some of these isolated areas in between Woodward and to Enid, already laying down 2.5 inches of rain, and with an additional 1 to 2 inches to come over the next couple of hours. There's even another system that's going to be coming, back behind this one into the overnight hours. So that's where the compounding effect of the flash flooding is going to be a concern, into the overnight hours with the extremely wet, saturated soils. So a lot of the creeks and rivers are going to be fairly full at that time. Then that's just going to cause the low-lying areas to rapidly rise pretty quickly. So it's probably one of those evenings it's not advised to kind of be out and about. I mean, we are in a Saturday night. Do go out and about on a Saturday night, but if you are going out and have things to do, just highly be weather aware and never cross a road that you can't see the bottom, because things can turn downhill fairly quickly. But you can see the intensiveness of this supercell. So you can actually see the deeper purples and the blues kind of showing up. That's definitely indicative of some of extremely heavy rain, and also some hail likely forming too, as some of these cloud tops continue to rise, and they continue to rise up in the atmosphere. The higher the cloud top gets, the more room it's got to work with, the bigger the hail can get. Low level jet creeps in, you got more room to rotate those supercells at the surface, and you have a more increasing likelihood of tornadic spin up tornadoes. But right now, we're looking at Oklahoma. We've got several supercells that are starting to fire within this region. These are essentially west of the Oklahoma City region, back towards Altus, near the Texas Oklahoma border. So we got several supercells, one heading towards Altus, another one heading towards the Lawton region, another little isolated bubbler out to West Texas, and just west of the Wichita Falls region. They're all producing some pretty fairly hefty winds, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, and some ping pong size hail associated with this activity. Another one just southeast of the Guthrie region. This one's moving northeast around 30 miles an hour. You can see just the isolated nature of these supercells. That's what makes them so significant. And one of those things, until that squall line forms, that's why the most intense supercells are likely going to be coming to fruition until that squall line forms. And then once the squall line forms, then it typically transitions to more of a damaging wind threat. But you could also get tornadic spin-ups along the leading edge of a squall line, and definitely some damaging winds. And anytime some areas tend to kind of bow out, that's when you're going to have some pretty significant straight line winds on the order of 70, maybe even 80. And it's probably a possibility some isolated spots could see some 90-mile-per-hour wind gust in the overnight hours. I think in the overnight hours. The main concern this afternoon is going to be the more significant hail. Any supercell that stays discrete could turn tornadic fairly quickly. And once it turns tornadic, like we saw yesterday, some of these have the potential to be strong tornadoes, if not some long track tornadoes, if not violent tornadoes. Storm Prediction Center doesn't use those words lightly, likely, but they were using those type words in some of their language, put out some of those risks. So it is one of those days that the atmosphere is saying, hey, we got a lot of dynamics coming to play. The parameters are significantly high for today. So till we can get this system out from west to east, you're going to be in that warm sector. So until we get out of that warm sector, you're basically in prime activity. So the only thing that's going to help limit some of this activity is the potential capping inversion. Some of these places within the warm sector, like for example, possibly into Dallas, you have more of a capping inversion. It seems to be to kind of limit the activity. So maybe you don't get the afternoon type stuff, just get the overnight type. Maybe it won't be as significant. It include just that enhanced risk if the cap does break for a conditional basis. But the most intense risk is into the Wichita Falls region, into Oklahoma, back into Lawton, Oklahoma City, into the Tulsa region, upwards into Kansas, back into portions of Missouri. This is where you're going to be likely to see the most intense activity as we go throughout the afternoon, overnight hours. Hey, there should be severe storms from about 8:30 to 3:30 in the morning. Yeah, with that squall line, yeah, for sure. At least we don't see dark blue yet. Hey, Pal Ponder, Charlotte, North Carolina is going to be impacted. I fly there tomorrow morning. Hey, Kim. No, I think Charlotte's good to go. This is actually one of these systems that it's really only going to be impacting much of central state. So it's much of the central state. I don't actually even think it makes it to, Ohio or we can put the. Let me go back and show you what we're talking about. So this would be day. This is today, folks. This is today. Yeah, so this is the risk today. So like I mentioned, you're going to be right in the quadrant where you're going to have the most intense activity there within the Oklahoma region, back into portions of North Texas, much of Oklahoma, and much of portions of Kansas, and back into portions of Missouri. That's where the most intense storms or can be. But as the low pressure lifts further north, definitely not out of the question. Some of these areas back towards Omaha again, potentially towards Des Moines, those could be all as well as fairly significant as well. So the further away from this low pressure center and further south you go, the less intensity you're going to be. But the low shifts well north, right? I mean, it shifts well north. So it's still going to be putting these areas back into Davenport, into Milwaukee, back into Chicago, really all the way up into Wisconsin, back into Michigan here, because the warm front is just so far north. But notice as you shift further east, right, there's not much activity. It really limits itself. It kind of dies down, if you will, and weakens by the time it makes it to Indiana, Ohio, and especially much of the Southeast actually doesn't get anything from this particular setup. That's tonight. That's tonight and tomorrow morning. This is the risk for Sunday. So this is your risk for Sunday, and you can see it's almost kind of similar areas. It's much of portions of Dallas and East Texas again, and to Fayetteville, back into Little Rock, down to Springfield, much of Missouri, good part of Iowa there, into western Illinois. But again, it doesn't really make it to Ohio and those areas across the east and much of the southeast. You don't really get anything from this activity, even into Sunday. Going into Monday, again, it kind of peters out. So it's a 3-day risk, so technically 4 when you count Thursday. And then just here's Monday, not much severe activity you're going to have to deal with. So the main ingredients is kind of really the next 48 hours. So everything kind of got going into western Kansas, western Oklahoma on Thursday, along in West Texas with the dry line, shifted where those areas yesterday for Friday, and then we have the main event today, and then a much smaller event on Sunday, and then basically not much of an event or anything by the time we get to Monday, just some isolated leftover rain showers in its wake. And then we probably go for a calmer period, at least for a couple of days, as we go into the month of May. So yeah, your question, it really doesn't make it to North Carolina, much of those areas across the east. In fact, you're going to be really starting to dry out. Those inundated with a lot of heavy rain lately, the southeast, much of the east coast, much of the northeast. So it's your turn to kind of dry out. I mean, I think the overall setup has changed. So much of the central U.S. is basically in kind of the bullseye, if you will, from just elevated rains, severe storms. And I think that actually continues even into the first part of May. I think it continues to remain active. You're going to still see troughs, cooler conditions out west, and that's going to put the warm sector in the middle part of the country. Then you're going into the month of May, which is already almost really busy as it is. And so that, I think, is going to be setting the stage for more possible severe weather even as we go into maybe Wednesday or Thursday of next week. So it's definitely going to stay on the active side for sure. You can see as we've been talking here, we've got more isolated supercells starting to bubble up. We got more isolated supercells starting to bubble up. Still got that tornado warning up here towards the Lentil region. We still have a possible tornado trying to rotate up there. Does have some ping pong size hail. Is capable of producing a tornado. This is just southwest of the Leonardville region, southwest of the Leonardville. That's going to be over that region right now. This is going to continue moving, moving northeast, head into the next 20 minutes or so. And so we can see the kind of the circulation right there. It looks to be in this vicinity right there. Kind of the broad rotation north of Riley. That's the part that's lifting north. That's heading towards Randolph, basically kind of right near the Leonardville region right now. Coming out of that region, move towards Walshburg, as well as in the Randolph region. Hey, Molly. Yeah, what about Dallas, Texas today? Yeah, so Molly, I think there's a stronger capping inversion in Dallas Fort Worth. So you may not actually get the afternoon activity. If it does pop, the atmosphere is really prime for significant severe weather. But it is one of those things, you do have a stronger capping inversion that may put the lid on the atmosphere. May not get anything in the afternoon. May hold off until the main disturbance comes in into the overnight. And then you have a more significant squall line that's likely guaranteed to break the cap then. And that won't be probably going through until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you may not actually get anything besides maybe some isolated bubblers in the afternoon. And then everybody gets the squall line in overnight hours. Have all three modes of severe storms, and flood risk intensifies as well. But in Oklahoma and West Texas, I don't feel that you're not going to be limited from a capping inversion. I get pretty much everything that fires. So once the atmosphere has that upward rising motion air, those are going to be turning severe fairly quickly, as we're actually already seeing out in West Texas. This is always indicative that there's not really any capping inversion working out here. That's why we have some isolated supercells already forming. I can kind of show you the cloud tops and what we're looking at here to show you there's no cap in place. So that's 54,000 feet. That's pretty high up in the atmosphere. That definitely has the possibility of producing some significant hail, and this one probably might have probabilities of starting to rotate as well. So yeah, that's 45,000 feet. I'd actually watch that cell in Seymour, or the Guthrie region. But yeah, all these supercells have no capping inversion. This is 45,000 feet. That's another 45,000 feet. There's Elk City, another 45,000 feet. So all of these aren't limited here. It just goes to show you this 52,000 feet. That's where we have the warning, right? So this is where the tornado warning. Yeah, so tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service out of Norma. Another storm capable of producing tornado near the Cary region. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So yeah, locations in the path of this supercell are going to be Medford, Pond Creek, Kremlin, Hunter, Hillsdale, and Cary, as well as Jefferson. Those areas definitely need to be in your safe zone. This definitely has the potential to drop down a tornado with a lot of room to work with the 52,000 feet cloud top. And this supercell looks to continue to intensify as it moves off to the northeast. Yeah, so there's your potential rotation that's coming out of the carrier region, and that's actually in the more significant rotation we've seen so far today. So this could be producing a tornado. Likely, we're probably getting a wall cloud at the moment, pretty significant wall cloud trying to form. Maybe it might actually be trying to lower here. So I would be definitely on high alert if you live in the Kremlin region, Pond Creek, up there towards maybe the Medford region. This is just north of Enid and Oklahoma. See if we have any storm chasers. Yeah, so this is Brandon Kopic's live feed here. So he's in the city of Perry, located in the city of Perry off Interstate 35. He's looking off to his west, looking at that supercell just north of the Enid. This is his vantage point right here, watching that supercell lift northeast here. He's probably waiting in line here for more activity to bubble up across this line before he maybe takes a beeline, try to chase that one. Now, if it goes, we could easily just head northbound on Interstate 35 and kind of intersect that supercell if it does in fact drop a tornado. You can see another storm chaser here, Brad Arnold. He's in more of a position forward. He's watching these storm chasers holding back if it actually pops. But it does appear we're seeing the more significant rotation of the day out of that supercell, and that's going to be lifting northeast. So these areas definitely have to take cover with this dangerous producing potential tornado that could be dropping really at any moment. I appreciate all the followers out there. Thanks for the new subscribers. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you like the video. Yeah, so we are doing live storm coverage for the extended period for a long time today. This is one of those busy days. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Just now tuning in. We've got a busy day ahead, very significant day ahead with the likelihood of a potential tornado outbreak if a lot of the dynamics come together. So we're seeing the beginning stages of what's to come with these just more isolated supercells. They're starting to bubble up in West Texas and northwest of the Metroplex, as well as yeah, Brandon is not talking. Yeah, Brandon's actually not talking. We're just he's just kind of sitting there waiting for the storm, but he's actually not talking right now. Hey, but I appreciate the support. Thanks so much for the donation. And becoming a new member. I saw you came a new member yesterday. But we'll go back to that. We'll be watching this supercell because, yeah, it definitely appears it's getting a little bit more intense, folks. little bit more intensity. There we go. We got confirmation of a confirmed tornado. We got, wow, look at this, folks. This is a first confirmed tornado on the ground right now. So new tornado on the ground. So this is north. Let me get the parameters for you. We got a confirmed tornado that's located near that Hillsdale region. So we looked at this literally 3 minutes ago. We talked about watching this area moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. The locations in this path are going to be that Medford region, Pond Creek, the Kremlin region, back into Hillsdale, into Jefferson. So this is our first confirmed tornado that is on the ground, and it look at that little hook on the south side. That's always a bad sign that a more intense, potentially tornado is trying to form and expand in coverage as this continues to push off to the northeast. So we do in fact have a confirmed tornado on the ground. So all these areas into Pond Creek, it looks like it's going to be crossing over 60-64 there, heading into Pond Creek. The newest frame doesn't maybe look as intense. Let me put the velocity scan on this. So there is your possible supercell that's coming out of Hillsdale, moving across into Pond Creek and lifting northeast. So Jefferson, Pond Creek, Lamont, back into Deer Creek. That's eventually going to head to Interstate 35 there. So Interstate 35, as you can see, these numerous storm chasers on this particular supercell.
Why does it keep seeming to think that I've got more than... A couple that is still evident. Yeah, it is an observed tornado. Weather spotters confirm tornado on the ground. Moving only northeast at 35, so we can catch it. If the couplet stays up by the time we get up to 60. Abby, thank you so much for your Venmo donation. Well, that's clearly a chaser. He's doing every bit of 100.
I can mute him. I'll just mute the chaser. But yeah, so he's all right, that's better because I just muted him. And if we actually get a visual on a tornado, then we can increase his volume. We still can't hear you. You can't hear me? Yeah, that's better. Yeah, turn down the volume on the storm chaser. That's better. There you go. Okay. All right. So now we're good to go. All right. So yes, we are tracking this dangerous supercell that did turn tornadic. We've got a couple of storm chasers on the hunt, moving northbound, trying to intercept this tornado. This is the confirmed tornado that is on the ground. This is moving northeast. So they are driving northbound, and they're going to look to possibly intercept this tornado if we can actually get a visual on this or not. But we did get confirmation by spotters that are closer in that it is on the ground at the moment. So this is our first tornado warning, of the day, or confirmed tornado of the day. You can see the intensity of this supercell really starting to wrap itself up. Got a lot of flow back behind it, training convective activity back behind it. We do have that flood warning in place as well. And so here's the hail core on some of these. So this is the concerning. Look at the bowing nature, kind of the inflow notch of that system. We did get confirmation of that tornado that was on the ground drop near the Hillsdale region. This is continue to lift at northeast. This is lifting northeast bound, heading towards Pond Creek, towards the Jefferson region, back through Medford. Lamont, maybe Deer Creek. Deer Creek is likely going to be in the path of this this dangerous supercell. Yeah, so this one's actually moving about 35 miles an hour. This is our first confirmed tornado of the day. Let's scan the room and see if we have any other supercell that might maybe turn tornadic. Let's go back further north to the one in Kansas, because we do have another tornado warning on that one. Not a confirmed tornado on this one, but nonetheless, it is rotating. That's why they have actually issued that tornado warning. So this is north of the Manhattan region. Yeah, it looks like severe thunderstorm warning that was capable of producing a tornado near Oldsburg, near the Oldsburg region. Tornado and some possible ping pong size hail. Oldsburg around 135. Westmoreland around 145. So right there in the next, it's on the doorstep right now in Oldsburg, and as well as Westmoreland in about 10 minutes or so. But yeah, look at the intense lightning strikes with this one, folks. You got all the deep purples building back behind it towards Randolph. That just shows you the more intense supercells trying to come together and wrap itself up. Wow, look at the bowing features coming out of this supercell. That's always going to be indicative of more intense winds likely trying to form. Yeah, look at the bowing nature coming out of that supercell back by Lotham and Douglas region, south of El Dorado. That could be more of a damaging wind threat as this continues to push off to the east. I'm actually surprised they've only actually got it at 60 miles an hour. So these winds are basically going to be really increasing in that supercell there. I wish there was a way we could get his attention on these streams better. Hey, Snowies. Well, let me push this over. Push it on this side. All right, so I'll go back to the comments. It's going to be a long night in Arkansas. Anyone on the bugs are loud? Hey, pal, I bet I know you how you got your name. By my last name? Yeah, that one's pretty easy. But my real name is Roy Ponder. So I go by Pal Ponder on weather. Hey, could you move the chaser view down a little on the screen? It seems like your friendly face is blocking. How about that? I did move it over. I moved it over on the other side, so probably not going to be blocking anymore. So when I pull these up, I'll push it down. Actually, it's going to be better here. Put it right. I'll put it right there. All right, so we are watching this brand new tornado. Dropped a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. It looks like it has lifted, so that's actually a good sign. That is no longer a confirmed tornado. We definitely had the hook. I mean, we had the hook there drop down towards Hillsdale. That's why they did, in fact, issue that tornado warning and that confirmed tornado. It might have been on the ground for a couple minutes, maybe 5 to 10 minutes before it lifted northeast and more or less got in, had the inflow notch kind of wrap itself in. So, but yeah, anytime it drops a tornado, it could easily kind of recycle and build back up again. So we're going to have to continue to watch this sector as it continues to move northeast. Looks like it's going to appear to be north of the Ponca City region, so north of Ponca City. And we still have some of those isolated supercells further south back into West Texas. I think this was the cloud top earlier that had a more significant cloud top to it. This is the one near Guthrie, Texas. Had some 1.25 inch hail with it, some 30-mile-per-hour winds. That's actually moving 60 miles an hour. That's likelihood heading towards the city of Vernon. Hey, glad to see you on here, Snowies. I was with Roy 9 hours yesterday. Yeah, it did actually turn out to be a long day. I can't believe I was actually live for 8.5 hours. And today is going to be another one of those days too. It just depends on how long I can last, because there's going to be activity all the way through. Well, like I showed you, midnight, 6 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. So I know YouTube cut you off at 12 hours. So after 12 hours, YouTube says, "Hey, it's enough. Go to sleep." We'll go back to the Storm Chasers feed. But let's expand the view and show you what's happening. Looks like we do have another supercell that actually formed further north. So this is actually a little isolated bubbler formed up in Nebraska. So this is our first one of the day in Nebraska. This is located 3 miles west of the Salem region. 3 miles west of Salem. So those areas here. This is just south of Omaha. So yeah, this area got hit fairly hard yesterday. So this is the last thing they need. But they are under kind of a borderline risk today. So you could see some more supercells even go far north, up into the Omaha, back into Des Moines, possibly into Cedar Rapids, Davenport. They even sneak up as far north as the Milwaukee region later on tonight. Yeah, here comes the thunder and rain. Love it as long as it stays non-threatening. Hey, Virginia, I'll be back later. Stay safe. Hey, no worries. Enjoy your day, Virginia. We'll be here. Appreciate your help. If we expand the view, so there's not much happening in Missouri, there's nothing really happening in Arkansas, not much happening in Dallas and Houston and Louisiana, Illinois, Indiana, Milwaukee. This is the expanded view in the national radar. See where the warm front is, right? You got two warm fronts, and that this low pressure center will be lifting northeast, pushing that warm front even further north. That's why the Storm Prediction Center has even put these areas into Wisconsin, even in the further into Michigan, and the likelihood of possibly seeing some marginal severe storms as far north as there because of the warm front lifting so far north. The main activity is going to be right where the boundary is. Got the little cool front here, and this warm sector. This puts this favored area or increasing likelihood of the most favored area, the most significant severe weather coming out of this region right here. This is the main area to watch with the more significant storms. And as this low pressure center moves northeast, going to lift this up, of course, the warm front, so that the risk shifts a little bit further north and actually further south and becomes more of a bimodal threat into the overnight hours and more of an elongated threat. That's why we have a risk all the way from South Texas to Wisconsin. So there's going to be a whole huge line that's going to literally cover from almost border to border of possible at least some form of severe weather as we head into the overnight hours. Is anybody else having trouble with sound? What's wrong with the sound? You should be able to hear me. Everybody can hear me. Hey, the Euro model keeps showing the first round this afternoon at DFW. I mean, it's possible. Again, it's just a capping inversion. We can look at some of the high resolution guidance again. It is one of those things. It's a conditional risk. Conditional risk is if the cap is in place, then not much going to happen, right? Cap pretty much shuts down the activity. So here's the 17Z. Okay, here's the high resolution guidance models. Yeah, there's 5 o'clock. There's 5 o'clock. Yeah, shows the cap still pretty much in place. Everything's West Texas, Oklahoma, Western Kansas. That's where they have the more significant activity. Yeah, just the slow moving nature, and there's potentially 8 o'clock. So a broken squall line likely forms 8 o'clock. Oklahoma City region into Wichita through Kansas City. Possibly coming out of Des Moines by then and heading towards Davenport, south of Cedar Rapids. Those could be some pretty intense storms around 8 o'clock. There's 11 o'clock, right? So you can see the expansion. This is the expansion that I was talking about. The shifts well south, now expanding all the way down into Central Texas, West Texas, and then some nasty supercells in and around the Wichita Falls region into Oklahoma. This would be 11 o'clock tonight, potentially 11 o'clock tonight. North of the Oklahoma City region, Bartonsville, Topeka, Kansas City. Kansas City looks to take a pretty good brunt of these supercells. A bit down towards, and then lighter amounts as you head towards Springfield into Davenport. There's 2 o'clock in the morning, so it really doesn't go very fast anytime soon. So it elongates even further, so the spread gets even further south, going all the way to the Mexico border essentially, and then Oklahoma City continues to be blocked in these supercells. Norman, Oklahoma. So it's going to be a long night ahead for Oklahoma. You can see long day and a long night ahead with into Tulsa to Kansas City again. You can see again the slow moving nature of these supercells. That's why they have extensive flood watches in place into the overnight hour. And there's 4 o'clock in the morning. If anything, it actually slowed up even further at 4 o'clock in the morning, extending all the way down into South Texas, just west of the Dallas area, coming out finally out of Oklahoma City by then. 4 o'clock in the morning, pounding Tulsa. These are where you could possibly see some more significant winds in the overnight hour. Will likely be some 70, 80, maybe even some 90-mile-per-hour winds, or maybe not out of the question with these supercells. The low pressure lifts further northeast by then. Going to have some stronger thunderstorms in the Chicago region. This is when they start getting close to Michigan as well as in portions of Wisconsin. There would be potentially 6 o'clock in the morning, with the squall line racing across DFW, heading towards East Texas, Austin, San Antonio, heading towards Tulsa, Springfield, Kansas City. Stronger storms entering St. Louis region. So that's until 6 o'clock in the morning. So that is the latest run of the high resolution models. Kind of give you maybe a guidance of maybe what's to come. All right, so let me go back to some local radars, because we do have a couple of confirmed, couple of radar indicated tornadoes. So here's another one, another cell. That was the same cell we've been tracking earlier, coming out of the Oldby region. Still rotating, still producing some potentially ping pong size hail with it. Yeah, so locations in its path are the Augsburg region that's past them, and the Westmoreland, about another 2 minutes or so. Go back to that supercell that came out of Ponce. This was the one that dropped the tornado earlier into Hillsdale. See the leading edge. Stronger winds are trying to form here, 50 miles an hour. Hey, when that happens, my night sky will be covered by rain clouds, tornado risk during the 4 a.m. period for Collin County. Yeah, so that's what it appears like 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, possibly for the Metroplex. If there's nothing else that pops up in the afternoon, then that's kind of more of a conditional risk. It's just one of those days. The atmosphere is prime. So the atmosphere is capable of producing it. That the cap is the only question, if it does actually pop or not. But there's no areas that are going to have to deal with the cap in the overnight hour. That disturbance erode any capping inversion anywhere that might have one, and everybody gets in the action on that. Everybody has some form of severe storms and flash flooding along that squall line. Hey, thank you, pal. Sure, no problem. Hey, I enjoy doing these live streams. I plan on doing a lot more of these coming up. So I'm going to constantly look to perfect my live streams, add a couple things here and there. So I appreciate everybody's support out there. But we still have some isolated bubblers in and around the Oklahoma City region. See the discrete supercell nature of this activity. That's what makes them pretty intense. Got a lot of room. There's nothing else around it, so they've got very high breadth with them. Produce some towering cloud tops and more significant hail with them. They do have a lot of room to rotate too, so they're not going to be whenever you tend to have more convective banding and that linear line, going to have that squall line in the overnight hours, you can always get tornadic spin-ups in that atmosphere. But more intense tornadoes are probably going to be, if they do happen, are going to be this afternoon into the early evening time frame. That main wind in the overnight, you're mainly going to have some QLCS type tornadoes, and then that more embedded higher wind gust potential 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. That more and hail, and then of course the flood threat as well. The more flood threat increases overnight. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch, if you will. All quiet in Springfield, Missouri today. Yeah, so far, we're gonna get pretty busy tonight. All right, so let's tap into the Topeka radar because we do actually have a couple tornado warnings back here. This is a brand new one. Looks like it just got issued south of the Blue Rapids region. Yeah, so it looks to be that's actually the extension of the one that was coming out of Oldsburg, and that's where it's currently right now. That's located over the Oldsburg region. Continue to push across up further northeast. This is the new one we haven't seen yet. Another radar indicated tornado. This is for northeastern Kansas. Northeastern Kansas. That one's showing a little bit more significant rotation with it. That is right by the Hiawatha region, coming out of 36 here. This one's also moving northeast around 35 miles an hour. The locations in its path are going to be the White Cloud region. Can't believe my keyboard going out, but bad timing on my keyboard. But yeah, this is going to be moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. We got a storm chaser on it right now. Look at the dew point, 68. That tells you there's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. But yeah, whenever you get a 68-degree dew point, 77-degree temp, got a strong low-level jet coming in from the west. Got a lot of water vapor feeding into those storms. It's got a lot of high water content with them. That's why the flood threat is so high. Hey, Coppin, Texas, any chance that could enhance the severe weather and weaken the cap a little bit? Yeah, I mean, the sun, anytime you see the sun is actually never kind of a good sign. You look out, you see there's a lot of clouds, right? So you got so basically the gist of the cap, right? I mean, you hear it all the time is like, well, what's this cap, right? So I mean, these areas, so here's the dry slot, right? So you got a lot of dry air. This area right here has a lot of drought, right? So there's pretty dry air. So when you got southwest winds, right? So you got southwest winds pushing, has to go over this dry air. That typically forms, southwest winds typically puts some high clouds over the atmosphere. And that typically forms like a lid, a protective lid. Well, that dry slot has to go over the mountains. There's mountains out there in West Texas and western, eastern portions of New Mexico. And as the location for, within Dallas, once it reaches there, that's going to have what they call a capit inversion, right? So you got 4,000 or 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So as these updrafts try to form, It pushes the air, causes the air to rise. It's going to hit that warmer air aloft. It's around 4,000 or 5,000 feet. So that warmer air aloft. And so the cap is basically like a protected lid, right? So it's going to hit that capping inversion and it's going to flatten it out like a pancake. And so if you have a strong cap, any updrafts that hits that atmosphere is going to put a strong capping inversion, it's going to squash down that supercell and kind of flatten it out like pancake. If it's able to be strong enough to penetrate or poke holes anywhere in that capping inversion, then you get the towering supercell, right? So you got storms that form here, but this is off the dry line. This is the dry line in West Texas. If the dry line stays out in West Texas, which likely it's going to, that puts this capping inversion. If you didn't have a drought here, if you did not have a drought in West Texas, eastern New Mexico, you would have a greater probability of not having so many capping inversions within, say, the Metroplex or Dallas, right? So, but because of this is in place, this is what's called the EML, your elevated mixed layer, and that puts that warmer air aloft. You look out your window, you see the clouds, right? You see the higher clouds. That's that protective lid. So yeah, anytime you see the sun, all right, obviously you got a little bit of clearing in that cloud deck that could easily add instability and kind of poke holes in the atmosphere. And if that does come, and that's why they call it a conditional risk. So if it does break, right? If it does break, then yes, the atmosphere is capable of producing towering supercell thunderstorm, very large hail, tornadoes, if not almost intense tornadoes, and then damaging winds. But the cap can actually squash that activity and more of a conditional risk. That's probably the case. But in the overnight hours, we have a much stronger disturbance that's going to come in, and that's going to help erode any cap, like along this boundary. I mean, really any cap that may be formed out here. And it's not just Texas. They're actually dealt with this even into notice recently in the Texas Panhandle. We've had some risk out in western Kansas, western Oklahoma. There was a lot of capping inversion that got squashed with more significant storms just in the last couple of weeks from this area right here because of the stronger EML that is in place. So it's not going anywhere because the drought is obviously still there. It's not raining in those areas. So every single storm that comes through, got to have some sort of colder air aloft. You got to have some sort of something to trigger that. The disturbance is the trigger to break the cap. So the dry line doesn't make it into Texas with the afternoon activity. So it is going to be one of those things that if you don't hit convective temperature, you're not going to be allowed to penetrate that cap. But there is definitely basically no cap in Oklahoma and a good part of Kansas. There's nothing to protect that atmosphere. So these supercells, as you can see, they're already starting to rise, right? So there's nothing to limit them. Once they're able to kind of get going, there's not really much to stop them, right? And that's why they're discrete. And there's probably going to be more of these start to bubble up into the heat of the afternoon. But hopefully that that tells you a little bit better understanding and how the cap actually works. Because I know it could be like your best friend or your worst enemy. If it doesn't hold today, then yes, there's going to be definitely more significant severe weather. But there's definitely no capping inversion in Oklahoma. There's no capping inversion in Kansas. They're not going to have that protected list. Definitely no one's going to have it into the overnight. Hey, like the stream, like the video chat. Hey, you're welcome. Could there be a high risk increase? Yeah, I know I've been getting questions about that. I mean, it is one of those days, right? It is one of those days, whether they do it or not. I mean, you could argue yesterday could have been a higher risk day. So I think the Storm Prediction Center, as it is, has been a little bit overdone lately in the couple of weeks in some of these areas. But so yesterday, I think they held back and did not push into that moderate risk. Today, yes, the dynamics are there. It definitely takes a lot of ingredients to come together at just the right time for this to go high risk. So if it would go high risk, it would probably be at the 3 o'clock. We'll know in an hour. If everything just kind of merges together and comes together. So they have another update at 3. They have another update at 8. The stuff overnight's probably not a high risk. Okay, so we do in fact have a brand new tornado warning into areas of Texas. This is south of the Wichita Falls region. So remember, we looked at this earlier, right? This was the one that had that cloud top of 52,000 feet. And I said, well, look at that. That we need to watch this because this is probably going to be the one that's probably going to turn tornadic if there was going to be one in Texas. And this is actually a confirmed radar indicated tornado that just now got issued. So this is essentially southwest of the Vernon region, southwest of Vernon. It's capable of producing a tornado. It's moving 6 miles northwest of the Benjamin region, northeast around 30 miles an hour. So locations in the path of this potential tornado is Benjamin, Verna, and Gilead. Gilead is in sights of this potential rotating tornadic activity. So let's let me go back and get the Lubbock radar. All right, so here is the supercell we're concerned about. This is their area of rotation that has warranted the tornado warning. The locations in its path, this is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So this is right on the border of the Texas and Oklahoma border. This is west of the Seymour region. To get your bearings, this is Wichita Falls. There's the city of Vernon, far northwest areas of Texas. And this is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So it's going to be crossing over some highways of maybe Highway 6 here. Eventually going to be crossing over into the Oklahoma border. And eventually, no, that's not Oklahoma. There's Vernon. Yeah, but nonetheless, this is a supercell that just now turned tornadic, and you can actually see this is starting to wind up, folks. You can see the deepening colors here. You got the green going towards the radar, the red going away from the radar, and whenever you see these mixing right there, these kind of mixing of colors, that's where the area of rotation is likely at the moment. And those deeper colors that popped up right there, that's where you have a little bit more significant rotation. So subtle signs of it trying to get a little bit greater intensity as it heads northeast around 30 miles an hour. Yeah, so this is the slot right here. So it's right there in that slot. That's your tornado potential right here. And then we also have one that's trailing back behind that one and also has a lot of room to work with because there's nothing else on the south side of this storm. So this is what we saw yesterday. We had these convective training supercells that was capable of producing these long track tornadoes. This is essentially how it starts. You get these train tracks, you got the flow building back behind it, and this one also could turn tornadic as it continues to move northeast. Thank God there's no dark blue. Nice day here in central Iowa. Yeah, I was noticing they were doing a lot of the tornado wreckage earlier up there in Nebraska and Iowa and or Omaha. Yeah, the sun was out, clear as a bell. Pretty nice day. But yeah, there was extensive damage. There was definitely likely possibly an EF4 yesterday. The National Weather Service will be doing their surveys, but that was one big intense tornado yesterday in the Elk Horn region. Several big ones. Yeah, 42 tornado warnings. 42 tornado warnings issued by, or 42 warnings altogether. 42 warnings altogether issued by the National Weather Service out of Omaha there. It was the most warnings as any National Weather Service has issued in 5 years, folks. 5 years. That tells you the compactness of what unfolded yesterday, and that was a busy day. So a lot of gratitude for those guys that worked tirelessly up there in the National Weather Service in Omaha yesterday, because they had their work cut out for them, trying to analyze the data, issue all those warnings out, give people proper lead time. A lot of people were doing live coverage yesterday, so which likely helped. Cause I mean, I don't know of any fatalities that I know of. There was definitely a lot of damage, but I don't think. And it's one of those things that it did happen in the middle of the day, which is always better than overnight. And it was also one of those times where I think most of the heavier activity came from 3, 4, 5 o'clock, and a lot of schools held back, rightly so. They held their kids inside the schools, hopefully waiting for the storm to pass. And because most people were at home, I mean, were away from home at schools and at their place of work, most of the homes were fairly empty, right? And so they did not have the potential possible what it could have been if it maybe came through in the overnight hour. Everybody would have maybe been at the house, right? So it had more lead time. You had a lot of chasers coming in at 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. The downside with the overnight activity, right? You got anytime you got squall lines coming through 3, 4, 5 o'clock, those are always more concerning. So because obviously there's going to be a lot more people at home, and then not even at asleep too. They're not following. They're asleep and they're not listening, hearing the warnings and stuff. That's always could be more dangerous. Oh, the videos are not playing on the app. Oh, the lives. Oh, sorry about that. It does show error. Okay, I will check into that. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. I'm not 100% certain why that's actually not playing. But I do have a PAL weather app. She was referring to my PAL weather app. So for those that don't know about that, PAL Ponder on Weather, Android, Apple, both of those devices. Go to your Play Store and download it. Download it to your phone. I call it PAL in a pocket. you can have literally PAL in a pocket. So get updated forecasts from there for local cities. All right, so this is a concerning storm, folks. This is a rapidly intensifying supercell. Not only does it have signs of rotation, we're having the more significant hail. So now we're getting the capability of producing tennis ball size hail as well as a rotating supercell. That's the same storm we've been tracking out of Benjamin here. This is the same storm that was 4 miles north of the Benjamin region, lifting northeast. So now you got the damaging, extensive hail coming out of that supercell. Look at that hail swath just north of the Benjamin region. Pretty intense hail swath right here, dropping some significant hail. Anytime you see some tennis ball size hail, that is always very dangerous. That literally can go through your windshield, folks. That's no joke, right? So it is one of those things that need to heat alert, and one of those things you need to put something, even if you're in your car, potentially. I've seen stuff come through the sunroof before, hit people's heads. So it is one of those things. It is dangerous, and it, depending on the angle of your windshield, it can go through your windshield as well. So that's when it gets really dangerous, and that's why the National Weather Service has upped the advisories when they warning. Not the sirens not only just go off for tornadoes now, they go off for 75 plus mile per hour winds. That's hurricane force or greater. but they also go off for tennis ball size hail or greater. That's that 2.75 inches. This is the one that has the potential of this supercell right now. They also go off. So there's three areas of concern why they do go off. They did that because, again, it's the intensity and it could cause damage, and not only cause damage to property, it could cause damage to potentially life if one of those, you know, big hailstones hit you in the head. So people need to be alert and know if there is potential tennis ball size hail falling out of the sky, because those things can, you know, travel pretty fast. You get something 10 you're probably going to have a cloud top of 55,000 feet, and that's going to be traveling, you know, upwards to 90 miles an hour coming out of the sky, you know, 10 miles up in the atmosphere. So that's going to leave a mark if that happens to hit your head. So that makes it really dangerous. And that's why they've changed the criteria into warning of issuing those sirens when things do turn, you know, more intense other than just a tornado anymore. So yeah, most people don't actually know that, but they did change that the last year or two, that the sirens actually go off for those all three criterias now. But yeah, there's the rotation. We might even have, you know, a potential tornado even with this area as it's continued to move in northeast. This is another sign that's showing a little bit more significant rotation as it continues to move northeast. I got some squash and sweet potatoes, but not on the nuclear plant. I have a mega, but I prefer watching you. Hey, Steven. Hey, I appreciate, yeah, appreciate you coming in, coming on the live stream. Appreciate your support, watching the live coverage. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. Definitely helps out the channel, helps out the feed. It basically tells YouTube you value my content, and they'll be able to share it more with others with this, you know, vital information. Yeah, a lot of times the National Weather Service is in your local office. They only go live if there's actually a potential something imminent, if they have a tornado on the ground. I'm one of the guys that is able to, you know, forecast for a long, long time and be doing live coverage for an extended period of time, and a lot of times warn you, and like I have actually twice, it looks like, that areas that may actually drop a tornado before they issue a tornado warning. So we looked at two areas actually with those higher cloud tops, gave you the, you know, greater probability of if a tornado was actually trying to form, that would probably increasing likelihood of where it could be. And yeah, if you recall, we actually did that on the one in down there in Benjamin right now. When that cloud top reached 52,000 feet, that definitely gave me a sign and said, hey, that's probably going to produce some more significant hail and possible a tornado, you know, at least a tornado warning. That's exactly what actually unfolded with that supercell like 15 minutes later. So we'll be watching this one back behind, you know, back behind this one, if it's showing some of the same characteristics. But you can see that supercell, that's pretty intense, right? 55,000 feet. That's really significant. So you know, once it gets up that high, that's going to leave a mark. This is when you can potentially get some pretty long track hail swaths, right? So the cloud top is already that high up in the atmosphere. So it has the capability of continuing to push some of that larger hailstone in the same path moving northeast. This is when they get these elongated hail swaths, if you will. So if you do the math, that this is actually shifting northeast, this is going to put, you know, this essentially this supercell lifting northeast. So this whole line from Vernon in between Altus and Lawton up towards Oklahoma City, even with this supercell, puts a greater probability of putting down some more significant hail because the cloud top is already 55,000 feet, right? And it has the greater probability of producing a tornadic spin up tornado within this sector. So and there's going to be areas of to watch this, and this is when you have what they call train track type development. Hey, absolutely, I love your app. Always keep you updated. Yeah, so I added the app probably. I have had the app maybe 6 months ago. I do have a lot of people. I think there's about 30,000. So I appreciate everyone. We have about 30,000 people that have the app now nationwide. It is a nationwide app, so you can download your location settings and kind of wherever you go, it's going to give you the forecast on. And then I've added a couple things. I've added the 6 to 10, 8 to 14 forecast. A lot of people like the precipitation on there. It gives you the precipitation amounts over the last 12 and 24 hours. What is it? How much did it rain in my house? You can actually go to the app and go to the radar and click on the little hamburger on the right, pulls up another layer, and you can drop down to the 12 and 24-hour precipitation map and kind of zoom in into your area, and it's pretty accurate. It has to give it time to let it fill in. It's not like instant, but once after the rain stops and all the data gets fed into the model to the app, then it'll push out a fairly accurate reading on rainfall totals for your area. All right, so we got another supercell that looks to be forming as well. So another confirmed tornado, folks. We have another confirmed tornado on the ground. So this is likely our second one of the day. Now this is coming out of confirmed tornado near the city of White Cloud, moving about 8 miles northwest of Highland. So this is north of the Kansas City region, So this is another confirmed tornado on the ground. Yeah, so there's your tornado. Here you got a storm spotter right here. This is all lifting northeast. So areas in the path are going to be White Cloud, Forest City, Napier, into areas of Newport. This is south of Omaha, just north of the Topeka, north of Kansas City. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. This is likely our second one of the day, folks. This is our second tornado of the day that we have a confirmation on. You can see the convective banding that's lining up these supercells now. We got a little bit more activity that's building back behind it. And it shows you the intensity of these supercells continuing to increase in coverage. Yeah, very active season. It is one of those times that we are in an El Nino. You have a very active subtropical jet, but it is weakening. But we are in peak season. A lot of times when you get kind of the transitioning, still classified as an El Nino, so you're going to still have a more induced subtropical jet stream. You got troughs out west. You got warming across the middle of the country. That's always indicative for a more active severe weather time frame. And I think we're still going to be within that window, even though El Nino is weakening. You're still going to have influences because we are trending toward what they call enso neutral. But yeah, we're going into prime time severe storm season. So yeah, I still expect the next couple of weeks to be really active for at least the middle of May for sure. Hey, thank you for all you do. You're the best. You're the one I go to now in the morning to get my weather. You sound sad today. Why is that? You may be tired from yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was a long day, right? It was a very long day. We were doing live coverage for 8.5 hours. Yeah, it's a long day for any weather guy because it's just a very active time frame. And I do national coverage too, so it's not just one isolated area on YouTube, entire nations. You have these events, and yeah, it can be an extended duration of a long period, not just one city. They're only going to hit your area for a couple of hours or so. But we still have that supercell further south. This is the one that was southwest of the Vernon region that has the more significant hail with it. That's the storm that's coming out of Gilead. That's moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Let me look at some of the history of these hail swaps. All right, so this is actually what the radar sees. So let's look at some more of the significant hail. So this is not actually get confirmation of what's actually reaching the surface, but this is what the radar sees in the cloud top. So you can actually see we've got a little bit more significant hail with this supercell coming in at that tennis ball size hail, 2.75 inches, and there's actually a 3-inch hailstone right here. So that's definitely the more significant hail out of those supercells. We turn our attention further north. It looks like this one's actually even more intense. We've actually got some 4 and 4.5-inch potential hailstones. So this isn't ground truth, but this is what the radar sees. But shows you the capability of what these supercells can lay down. So so we're definitely seeing more significant hail potential coming out of these supercells as they continue to grow in height, as we continue to go deeper into more or less peak heating time frame. And yeah, so the intensity is starting to ramp up and in a big way with these supercells. Let's see if we can get any ground truth here. So here's one earlier. We dropped, looks like 1.75. This is actually that was confirmed by spotters. These were spotters out in the field confirming that we did actually have some golf ball size hail out in Sealy, Oklahoma there, in Sealy, Oklahoma. So yes, we're getting confirmed reports of that one tornado earlier. That was at 2:09. That was about 15 minutes ago. We did get the confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service employee at 2:09. Looked like that one was continued to be on the ground, even in the White Cloud, Kansas City, before it lifted up. Still continues to look like it's on the ground. So there's that confirmed tornado that is over White Cloud. This is the city of White Cloud. This is continue to move northeast at 30 miles an hour. So moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Got a damaging tornado confirmed by law enforcement. The cities in the path are going to be that Mound City, Oregon, Forest City, the city of White Cloud, Big Lake, as well as Iowa Point. Iowa Point, all those areas need to be in your safe zone, as we do have still that confirmed tornado that is on the ground. You have a yeah, we have a storm chaser within the area tracking that storm. Yeah, we can see how big these are. Look at some of these echo tops here. Yeah, here's that supercell that's producing a tornado right now. Yeah, that one's up to 50,000 feet, so up to 50,000 feet. Yeah, most of these cloud tops in the oranges are going to be over 40,000 folks. At Burlington Junction, south of Hopkins here, 45,000. Some 48,000 foot cloud tops. Another one that's 45,000 feet. So here's that one cell that was producing some 50-something thousand feet earlier. It's still producing that. Yeah, 55,000 feet there. That's the most significant supercell as far as height. At 56,000 feet. Look at that, 57,000 feet. Yeah, so these cloud tops are definitely getting up there, folks. Yeah, it just tells you it's continued to get stronger. So if we still see these cloud tops getting higher, I mean, it tells you the atmosphere is getting a little bit more intense, deeper in the afternoon. EAN. So here's another nasty hail core right here. That very intense hail south of Lamont. This is all moving towards maybe Tonkawa. They switch radars. And 1 inch hail. All right, so it looks like we have another tornado warning, folks. Another tornado warning. That same supercell that has that higher cloud top, right? Probably going to be a history with this supercell. This was the one that was coming out of the Gilead region, that was near the Gilead region, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, producing some of that tennis ball size hail potential. So I would say the city of Vernon is likely going to be in the path of this damaging supercell. Yeah, there's your more significant hail core right there. That's your hail core with this cell. That one's lifting northeast at 30 miles an hour. Hey, the hail coming out of these storms are getting bigger. Yeah, absolutely. Got more significant updrafts coming in. Got a lot of water vapor, southwest winds coming out of the Gulf. Higher dew points, deeper moisture, more heat, deeper into the afternoon. These are going to grow in intensity. So it's 2:30 in the afternoon right now. So got another couple of hours, 2 hours before we hit peak heating. Have a more of an intense squall line trying to form down between Cherokee and Fairview. That likely has more, higher wind gusts with it. Yeah, let's look at another. Let me look at the rotation. Okay, so let's look at this rotation. So these are areas that had the greatest rotation over the last 2 hours. This was over in Enid earlier, that rotating supercell. So these darker yellows, that is an indication where they had some of those greater rotation areas. So this was an area that would confirm that tornado earlier. If we look at where we did have that confirmation of the tornado coming out of Hiawathi, that dropped a more significant rotation with that supercell. So all those areas that have that yellow shaded area, more intense yellows, that was the likelihood of either had radar indicated or dropped a tornado. Had a definitely more rotation within those supercells. Same down here for Texas. Maybe not as intense. The one in Kansas. Yeah, yesterday we were watching it, and it I can actually show you this yesterday. This is the 24-hour. Yeah, so here's what we dealt with yesterday. This is what the National Weather Service out of Des Moines had to deal with. Omaha and Des Moines. So look at this, folks. This is an intense day. So you got these train tracks, if you will, right? I mean, look by Seward, by Lincoln, Asheville, Blair. Look at these long track systems, significant of these the rotation for miles and miles and miles. That's where we had a dangerous day. These train tracks, if you will, that dropped significant tornadoes within a long duration period of time, one after another. Whole area around Des Moines just lit up like a Christmas tree. Numerous tornado warnings within that area. That's why yesterday we had, right now, 100 tornado reports. Didn't imply 100 tornadoes, and just people that reported a potential tornado. Some of those could be the same one, but those are continuing to add. So it could take a while before the National Weather Service did all this extensive legwork to find out exactly what all unfolded yesterday. But you can see what they're going to have to deal with. Long duration coming out of Enid, Fort Scott, long track tornadoes yesterday. There was the activity yesterday in Texas. Even that had they had numerous tornado warnings along this boundary. I see the boundary here, north of Waco, northwest of Tyler, south of Mount Pleasant. Had those tornado warnings by Texarkana. That whole line just lit up for several hours. We had that activity around Little Rock near Conway by Mayflower. You can see the pockets of instability and their areas of rotation that unfolded yesterday. Yeah, so that was over the last 24 hours, folks. All right, so let's tap into the Oklahoma City region. Not much happening within the city of Oklahoma right now. Norman, kind of the calm before the storm. Nothing much happened in the Tulsa region. Everything's still hanging out east. These are going to be fairly slow movers. Supercells are moving northeast, but the whole line is moving pretty slow eastbound. There's no weather updates for new places here in Kansas City. We can look at some, we'll look at the latest run for you. All right, so you mentioned Kansas City. So here it is right now. So the activity is west of you. All right, so we'll watch this for you. So here's some of the high resolution guidance. Let that come in. So you're not that far away to being pelted into Kansas City. Let me let this run. This will be good for broader area. All right, so not much happening in Kansas City right now, but look, it's going to be knocking on your doorstep. So if we zoom in, this is 4 o'clock. So it's about an hour and a half away, 4 o'clock, but there's definitely going to be a lot more activity building from Topeka to Emporia to Wichita, west of Oklahoma City region is still Altus, Vernon. See, we got numerous, it's more discrete right now. So now we're going to have a lot more scattered activity, more numerous activity with supercells. Maybe more cells south of Lincoln, south of Omaha. This would be 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And likely by 6, that leading squall line is going to be impacted the Kansas City region. You're probably going to be closer to 3 hours away to be impacted. But these cells really don't go very fast. Where they are now, Vernon, Wichita Falls, they are likely still going to be there towards the 6 o'clock time frame. Finally, maybe Oklahoma City gets close of getting some stronger thunderstorms by then. So here's 9 o'clock. So this would be closer to 9 o'clock. Still these same cells over Vernon, Wichita Falls, through Oklahoma City, heading to Tulsa, Kansas City. So once it starts, it doesn't seem to let up for an extended period of time. So they take the brunt of this, these supercells, likely potential tornado, possibly supercells within that region. Got a little bit of a Boeing feature trying to impact those areas through Davenport, Cedar Rapids. This is when it extends all the way up to Milwaukee and to the 9 o'clock time. So there's 11. So 11, again, it doesn't really move very fast, right? Oklahoma City just gets clocked by then. Norman, Wichita Falls, and Tulsa. Kansas City probably takes 5-6 hours. Very heavy and very heavy activity. And so then you got a squall line that looks to form west of Abilene in West Texas. That would be a new squall line likely trying to form. Then just again, as you go into the overnight hours, this would be 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is the concern, as a nighttime event in the wee hours of the morning. Probably more people are going to be sleeping at 2 o'clock in the morning. Most people are going to be at home. And we're going to have a nasty squall line with very damaging winds, likely some tornadoes along this leading edge of this squall line, some intense rainfall, and some larger hail associated with these embedded supercells moving through for a long area out Texas, Oklahoma, Tulsa, Kansas City, still all the way to Chicago. Do that. This would be 4 o'clock. So 4 o'clock in the morning, it probably reaches closer to Dallas by then, getting closer to Austin, coming out of Oklahoma City into Tulsa, back into Kansas City again. So yeah, nothing happening in Kansas City right now, but it's not going to go downhill pretty quickly. It's going to be pretty intense for a while, looks to be in your area. So that just kind of shows you that's 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. And as we go into tomorrow, it looks to refire East Texas. This will be 4 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, potentially. East Texas, Tyler, Shreveport, Fayetteville, Springfield, Jefferson City. A lot lesser threat tomorrow, but still fairly high intense supercells. Even into tomorrow, because this is like peak heating, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that just kind of gives you an idea of what may be to come over the next 12 or so hours. All right, so let's go back down here to this tornado warning. Continues to show signs of rotation, lifting northeast towards Vernon. That same supercell we've been tracking for a while now. That was a cell. Now it's 6 miles northeast of the Gilead region, 6 miles northeast of the Gilead region, moving northeast around 20 miles an hour. Thanks for explaining. Hope those tornadoes don't hurt anybody. Hey, NOAA weather is starting to report Point Iowa. Texas storms starting north of Abilene. Hey, praying for all those people in the path. Yeah, so I hope that information helps you there in Kansas City. Yeah, so just enjoy the little bit of a calmness while you have it for another couple of hours or so, but it looks to turn downhill quickly and stay downhill for a good 6 hours or so, maybe 8 hours. Hi from West Virginia watching. Hope it doesn't get too bad here tonight. Hell, the wind is crazy right now. Well, there is a there is a wind advisory, right? So it's April, still April. April's the windiest month. April's always the windiest month. So it's not going to take much to increase those winds. So yeah, wind advisory, some 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gust. Yeah, I would imagine the barometric pressure is really low as well. But you got a powerful storm system coming in, a deepening low pressure center setting up across the Texas Panhandle, moving into Kansas and Arkansas, Nebraska. Wow, 2917. That's the lowest I've seen in a long time. So yeah, your pressure is 2917 right now. So I know a lot of people get impacted by the barometric pressure, having headaches, and it is a real deal. It's a real sign. I mean, these lows. This is a pretty intense storm. It's almost like a hurricane's coming in, right? You got very low pressure, very low pressure. That just shows the intensity of the capability of these storms. So yeah, low pressure of a pressure of 2917. That's pretty low. That's actually the lowest I've seen it in a long time. So as the low pressure gets a little bit closer and that disturbance gets a little bit closer in the overnight, probably it's going to go even further south, even more, as that low pressure starts to deepen. Yeah, people that are that usually get impacted by that, you're definitely feeling it, right? I mean, you can feel it. Probably get migraines, you get headache, and it's just the pressure, overall pressure. I usually get that in the summer when you have higher ceilings and the ridging over the top. But yeah, times like this when you have that, very dynamic systems coming out out west, until that system clears, yeah, you're probably going to be more in line to have headaches and. All right, so we still have that tornado, a radar indicated tornado just north of the Ponca City region. Yeah, so this one was located about 5 miles north, 5 miles towards the New York region, Newkirk region. Now look at that intensity of the storm out of Blackwell. Get all those deeper purples and just showing you the intensity of that supercell still trying to build. Thanks so much for tuning into the live coverage. Yeah, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share the feed with others. We are doing extensive coverage today throughout the afternoon. Very dynamic system coming in. It is one of those more intense days that you'll see. Right now, we've had a couple we've had a couple of observed tornadoes, unfortunately, unfold. We'd have several tornado warnings currently since we've been live. Appreciate everybody's support with the live feed today. All right, so we do have several tornado warnings unfolding. Gosh, looks like 6, folks. Let me get back to this. All right, so we have another confirmed tornado happening in Kansas. Another confirmed tornado. This is now in Kansas. So this was over the city of Geoff, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This was put out by the Nemaha southeastern portions of Kansas here. This is north of Topeka. This is that same line that's already produced a history of tornadic spin-ups. Then we got this convective banding that's trailing back behind it, showing that supercell, and another confirmed tornado has dropped and lowered to the surface. We are getting confirmation of another tornado that is on the ground. Wow, that one looks to be an even stronger tornado, folks. Yeah, this is the area of concern that we're talking about here. This is the confirmed tornado just north of the Geoff region. This is actually moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So you're talking Cape Ama, Fairview. Those areas are in the path of this tornado that is on the ground. You need to be in your safe zone immediately. This definitely appears to be potentially gaining strength and getting a little bit stronger with more significant rotation with it. Watch it blow up here. Yeah, this is the area right here. Yeah, really tightened up. Got all the greens and reds and yellows around it. This shows you that circulation is lower to the surface. Yeah, and this actually could be one of the stronger tornadoes of the day, folks. Looks like some sort of debris trying to be lifted up in the atmosphere as well. But that's never a good sign when it tails off in the south side like that, right? So there's You got perfect breath coming in from the southwest. That's feeding that supercell. This, and it dips like that. That is never a good sign. That's where we have the rotation on the south side there. This is going to be lifting northeast over the same general vicinity that actually we already had a confirmed tornado earlier, about an hour ago. I think that was at 2:09. Hey David, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you on here. Hey Stormy, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your help. Hey, will Southwest Missouri be affected by this? Yes, you will, Ice. It'll just be, well, you're probably a couple of hours away, but you are going to be in the thick of it here probably towards that 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock time frame. Hey, Roy, I just want to thank you for the amount of coverage you do. A week ago, I was able to keep my elderly parents safe. So thankful. Hey, you're welcome. Glad I'm able to help. Yeah, so there is the confirmation by Storm Spotter Emergency Management. We did get that confirmed tornado northwest of Geoff, Kansas there. Looks to be possibly still on the ground, folks. Pika has the that tornado still appears to be on the ground, folks. That's going to be crossing over 75 there shortly. Yeah, this is traveling in the same general vicinity where it dropped these tornadoes earlier. They're kind of the same general area. All right, so let's look at some of these storm spotters here. See if we can actually tap into his feed here. Looks like they're all hanging out in Oklahoma City at the McDonald's. Fueling up for the evening events. All right, so he's probably waiting on some of those sales that are pulling further south. So yeah, that activity that's down by Vernon. I mean, he knows his cloud tops are 50,000 feet. So remember the path I was showing you, lifting northeast. So that's going to be, increasing the likelihood you're probably going to be in the path of a tornado with these supercells that are coming in. That's why they're all kind of hanging out in this general vicinity of Edmond, Oklahoma City. Never a good sign when you got all these storm chasers like hanging around your city. You know you're probably going to be hit next, because they're eyeing this radars like we are right now, and they're watching the trends of these supercells and getting themselves in the best position possible to see as many tornadoes as possible. But yeah, he's watching the cells like we are, lifting, showing that intensity, those updrafts, showing these supercells, that one cell by this tornado down was a tornado, but lifting up to Vernon. We'll go back to him and stuff. Maybe might get a little bit closer. So here's the expanded view for everybody. Yeah, so not much happening right now in Lincoln, Omaha, back up to Sioux City and Des Moines. Yeah, Kansas City for right now is on the drier side. Everything's pushing your way though. Jefferson City, Springfield. This whole line is going to get its act together closer into the evening. Even in the Oklahoma City region and the Tulsa region, it's the calm before the storm. Everything's going to go downhill shortly in the next couple of hours. And even in Vernon and Wichita Falls, I think this area is going to be inundated for an extended period of time. Remember, this is where they did, in fact, have that moderate risk in place. Yeah, it looks like DFW is still capped. Definitely, it still appears they're still capped. Tap into the Dallas radar. No indications whatsoever of any little cell trying to form. Yeah, nothing at all. Still have a fairly strong cap. These cells are moving northeast. If anything, they're going to be impacting Wichita Falls at best. Nothing in this neck of the woods. Hey, one tornado warning popped up on the Oklahoma border near Kansas. Let's go back to this supercell. Looks like we have another confirmed tornado. All right, so confirmed tornado, folks. Confirmed tornado. This was in south central Kansas, right there on the Oklahoma-Kansas border. Another confirmed tornado. It's about 8 miles south of the Arkansas city, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Here's your yeah, I think this was earlier. Newkirk. This might be the same tornado we were tracking earlier, but nonetheless, it's still on the ground, folks. Still on the ground. Get your bearings. It's 8 miles south of the Arkansas City region, just north of New York. This is where it dropped down earlier. So they did extend the tornado warning for further off to the east. So let's tap into that one. So this is going to continue moving northeast around 40 miles an hour. So Silverdale, more likely Maple City. Maple City is more in the crosshairs from this event. And Hoosier. Hoosier are your next cities in line of this tornado that is on the ground right now. And you need to be in your safe zone immediately, just north of the Ponca City region. This is right on the borderline of the Oklahoma region and Kansas, crossing over the state line there. Another confirmed tornado that is on the ground, folks. Any warnings here in southern region of Oklahoma Metroplex currently? No, let's tap into the Oklahoma region. So if we look at the Oklahoma radar, yeah, no warnings right now. You got all the storm chasers kind of hanging out there. So El Reno, Edmond, Oklahoma City, Norman. Yeah, there's no activity at all. Everything's just west of you. Probably still a couple of hours away. You're still a couple of hours away. So here's that confirmation of more significant hail, folks. We got confirmation by a storm spotter now into Knox City, Texas, of that tennis ball size hail coming out of that supercell. Remember, that was the cloud top that we've been on for a while that produced that 55,000 foot cloud top, and still is. That's why we're getting the tennis ball size hail out of that atmosphere. Times we did actually drop a tornado up here as well. This continues to move northeast. Seymour is likely in line with this activity, as well as Wichita Falls, about an hour or so. Looks to be kind of elongating the Highway 82 area, the Highway 82 vicinity between Seymour and Wichita Falls over the next hour. In flight to Dallas, Texas. Thanks for the live forecast. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, the turbulence is still there. You might have a lot of turbulence. It is one of those atmospheres that pilots feel like it's too volatile up in the upper levels. Kind of probably circle around. So, you know, that's always a possibility. They want to be as safe as possible. Sometimes with these volatile events, it's tough to, because remember, these planes go up and everything happens up in the upper level. So they fly at 40,000 feet, but as they're lowering, you're going to get some crosswind. You got winds changing directions and heights and the higher levels. They got to go through all that. So if they do happen to kind of circle around, that's typically what the case is. You might be too, you know, if you're in flight already, you might actually get here before it's probably too bad, at least the turbulence aloft. You might not even have any issue whatsoever. So how's everybody doing on Saturday? Saturday at 3 o'clock. Let's look at the update. Looks like the update from the Storm Prediction Center possibly came in, so I'm anxious to kind of see that. See if this actually changed from earlier. No, it hadn't updated yet. All right, it's not there yet, but I want to look at it. It's probably any moment now. We'll see if they, if any changes happened with that update. But you can see the hail core, right? That the biggest hail confirmation of the day has been that 2.75 inches down there in Texas. That's been the most significant hail right now that we've actually had confirmation on. Like we had a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's over Enid. Another supercell that's also showing signs of possible rotation coming out of the Enid region. This is northern Oklahoma. At 3:05, there was a supercell that was extending from 3 miles northeast of Manchester, 3 miles northeast of Manchester. Wow, 75 miles an hour, folks. That storm is booking it. Look at that. Look at that. Can you read that? 75 miles an hour. That storm is moving quick. Yeah, 75 miles an hour, folks. That tells you that low-level jet's getting stronger, right? So you got storms moving that fast. That tells you the wind's aloft, low-level jet, everything's starting to come together. So you got a lot of dynamics showing, hey, we got more intense upward rising motion air. So we're heading to 3 o'clock. So that's a sign right there. We might show has upped the ante on the intensification a little bit with these supercells. We got a storm motion of 75 miles an hour. You can actually see the growth of this supercell. Look how it extends outward, right? You got the elongation of this supercell likely growing, right? So the updrafts are pushing it further north. You got back building further south, and the 75-mile-per-hour push further off to the northeast. That is an intensification supercell, and it's growing in convection. See the convection likely expanding last couple of frames or so. Let me show you a longer duration of it. So watch the history of this cell. See how it shrunk? Not that big a couple frames ago. Look at the expansion of that. See the expansion of that supercell? Yeah, so these storms are growing in intensity. So that's definitely a sign these storms are growing in intensity as we get deeper into the afternoon. We've got a lot of dynamics coming together. We've got warmer conditions. We've got upper level winds aloft. We've got low level jet coming in. We've got moisture coming in from the Gulf. A little bit higher dew points, water vapor, higher upward rising motion air, and rotation at the surface, more shear. So you got a lot of dynamics starting to come together, right? So this that's not actually a good sign, because that definitely increases the instability, increases the capability of these supercells growing in intensity, especially as we have daytime heating to work with, and we know we have that because it's only 3 o'clock still. They're blowing up now. 2976 pressure and dropping in western Iowa. Now, any tornado or severe thunderstorm watches as of yet? Yeah, let's go back to the watches. We haven't looked at that in a while. All right, so we do actually have a tornado watch now for the Oklahoma City region. Goes until 8 o'clock. It's actually a PDS watch. This is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, showing you were going into a more favorable environment for supercell structured thunderstorms. So this, yeah, increases the likelihood of intensity of possible intense tornadoes. Likelihood, this is wording from this tornado watch, folks. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes between now and 8 o'clock. So between now and 8 o'clock, this is the Oklahoma City region. Widespread, large, if not very large hail, events up to possibly 3 inches in diameter, and then 75, like a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust right there. This is what the atmosphere is capable of with this growing and intense supercells as they come through. That is for the Oklahoma City region. This is the reason why there's numerous storm chasers watching this coverage off to their west and further south. Looks to be the same watch. So this is the same PDS. This is a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. So that is an elevated tornado watch, just not a normal tornado watch. This is an elevated PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. Remember yesterday when we had you got tornado warnings, and then you have tornado warnings, PDS warnings, then you have tornado emergency. Well, we had several PDS warnings, and then we had several tornado emergencies. Tornado emergencies are actually one step up than PDS warnings. That's when we had those large wedge tornadoes on the ground. They only issue that if it can cause deadly, destructive damage. And that's exactly what we were seeing. We saw potential homes being wiped off the slabs. That's why there was, hey, that's a great probability that probably some EF4 caliber type tornado that unfolded yesterday. Fortunately, we have not heard of any fatalities coming out of that event. but we have had extensive damage under that event, unfortunately. But that goes to show you. So the watch is basically a watch. It tells you, meaning the dynamics are ripe, right? The dynamics are ripe to produce some 3-inch hail diameter, which we're actually getting almost confirmation of that down there towards Rochester, right? 2.75-inch tennis ball size hail. So yes, the dynamics are there for large scale supercell thunderstorm. So further north into Wichita, they also have their own tornado watch, but this is not actually a PDS watch. This is a normal tornado watch, but nonetheless, they're still having significant potential dynamics within the atmosphere. A few tornadoes possible. We've already had confirmation of several tornadoes. And then further north, this just includes south of Des Moines. So south of Des Moines, this is likely a newer tornado watch that just got issued. So this is another regular tornado watch, not a PDS watch, but a tornado watch, but would still likely include some intense tornadoes, potentially a couple of tornadoes, very large hail up to 2 inches diameter. And by the way, very large hail is basically 2 inches or greater, right? So that's what they classify as very large hail, 2 inches or greater in caliber. And then off to the west, we have that severe thunderstorm watch for areas into western Kansas. That's another watch that goes until 9 o'clock. So these are areas into western Kansas that also could have the capability of producing some larger hail, some gustier winds, but likely more hail and wind produced and less tornado produced thunderstorm back in the western Kansas. But yeah, out ahead of it, yeah, it appears no other watches are warranted at the moment. Let's take the watches off because we still have a couple confirmed tornadoes, folks. We have 3 of them, looks like, that's on the ground. Let's zoom into that same tornado. This was the one we've been tracking for a while now, coming out of Newkirk. So this likely has been one of the same tornadoes that has been on the ground for a while, or at least some form of rotation. And this one looks to be an extensive, extremely large tornado. So this is a PDS tornado, folks. This does appear the first of the day. So this is one of the ones that we saw like yesterday. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. So we are getting another confirmed large, extremely large tornado unfolding. This is coming out of that storm out of Newkirk, and another dangerous situation heading towards Silverdale, and likely heading towards Maple City and the town of Benton. So those areas are in the path of this dangerous, large, extremely large, damaging tornado. Yeah, this was the one that was been on. This was the one that formed earlier. Looks to be growing in intensity, but Maple City is the next in line of this damaging large tornado that is on the ground right now. You can see the leading edge of that rotation with that supercell. That's all heading towards the Maple City region. Likely Hoosier is going to be in the next in line after Maple City. So all these areas need to be taking shelter. This is life-threatening, potential large damaging tornado that is on the ground, continuing northeast. May not be as significant as it was earlier, but nonetheless, we still have that confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Darn, I'm ready for a good thunderstorm. Some lightning, of course, with everyone being safe. We got another tornado warning moving at 80 miles an hour. Yeah, wow, look at that, folks. Another tornado warning at 3:45 until 3:45. Another potential tornado coming out of Enid. Another rotation supercell. So now that storm that was moving at 75 has now increased to 80 miles an hour, right? 80 miles an hour. So extremely large wind field, moving, moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. So the the intensity of these updrafts are getting stronger and stronger, folks. And then we also have this, like the severe thunderstorm warning with potentially 70 miles an hour wind. So the storm is already, is already moving at 80 miles an hour, and then you got it wind potential of 70 miles an hour. That's going to leave a mark. I mean, it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks, like little to no warning with these supercells. We are getting the heat of the atmosphere now. We're continuing to show signs of this activity intensifying. So it's getting a little bit more dangerous as we head towards peak heating of the afternoon, folks. This was exactly what we did not want to happen. We've been talking about this. Looks like a lot of dynamics, unfortunately, are starting to come together that this could turn ugly pretty quickly with these systems. The dynamics are starting to come together within this atmosphere in Oklahoma and Kansas. Let's go back and see if we can see the SPC report, if that's the new one. All right, so this is the new one. Okay, so this is, it doesn't appear they changed much. Doesn't appear that it changed much. It still appears they still have that moderate risk for a lot of the same areas they had earlier. That to me, that has not changed. The 10 and 15% hatched areas doesn't appear to be changed in either. So this is where they do have those PDS watches in place. They have the moderate risk. This basically implies you have a lot more scattered activity versus more isolated activity in the red shaded area. Large scale supercell development could produce some tornadoes, if not some strong tornadoes. The more scattered activity does shift into northwest Texas, areas northwest of the Metroplex. Get further south into Dallas, they start feeling that more of that capit inversion. But they still have a slight risk in place if the cap breaks. That's if the cap breaks. But it also, this goes until 7 o'clock in the morning. So this is not just tonight. This actually goes all the way into 7 o'clock in the morning. So this would include actually the line of thunderstorms that would come through in the overnight hours. So yeah, so this goes all the way until 7 o'clock, all the way until 7 o'clock. Yeah, so the more significant hail, so that purple there, which is actually pretty rare to see, that's a 45% probability. All that basically means is you're probably going to have more widespread activity of supercells that all are capable of producing some 2-inch diameter hail or greater. So those are those areas in purple. So typically it means the odds of it hitting your house are within a 25-mile radius of anywhere in any given point of this purple shaded area. Then you have a 45% probability of that happening. The red area has a 30%, the yellow area has a 15%, and the brown area has a 5%. So that basically tells you atmosphere is capable of producing large hail, very large hail, 2 inches in diameter or greater. Brown has a 5% probability within a 25-mile radius of any given point within that brown shaded area. Yellow's got 15, red's got 30%, and then the purple has 45% greater probability scattered supercell. But if anything that might have changed, it might have lifted a little bit further north, including Topeka, Kansas, even into Des Moines. I don't think they were included in that moderate risk earlier. That may have been lifted further north. But yeah, not actually too many changes. They did not upgrade to a high risk. They kept it at moderate. All right, let's go back to live radar here, folks. This is where we've had tornadoes so far today. Started off here, we've had several confirmed tornadoes by spotters, and then we had the system that back behind it. So yeah, definitely a scary night. Yeah, definitely a scary night in Oklahoma City. Sorry, that's my dog. Still getting confirmation of that massive hail down there, and actually a tornado that's still on the ground just north of Knox City region. Oh wow, this is another extremely large tornado, folks. This is another extremely large tornado on the ground. Another PDS warning in place. Potentially particularly dangerous situation. Multiple reports showing that tornado near Knox City. And this is all moving northeast again at 25 miles an hour. An extremely large, damaging tornado currently on the ground. Yeah, you can definitely see that area of circulation coming out of Knox City heading to Monday. That deepening circulation here. This is an extremely large tornado, all lifting northeast, folks. Very dangerous situation. This is likely giving a destructive hail with it, confirmed tennis ball size hail. And now we've had a large tornado, if not extremely large tornado, on the ground as we speak. And they went ahead and issued one of those PDS warnings with this supercell. You see the trend on this supercell producing that tornado out of Knox City. Continue to move out of Knox City, heading towards near the city of Monday. This is in far northwest Texas. Get your bearing straight. That's the city of Seymour. There is the Wichita Falls region. So I would say if you live in Seymour or Wichita Falls, some of the bigger cities, I would definitely be on high alert of this continuing producing supercell that continues to show signs of dropping a tornado every now and then. That was that cloud top earlier that produced that 55,000 foot cloud top. So that's not going anywhere, right? It's got a lot of room to work with. Got a lot of different changes in winds of heights. Got upward rising motion air to produce those towering, dangerous hailstones, and then also those rotation with basically 10 miles of the atmosphere to work with. Some of those higher cloud tops gives you greater probabilities of change in those winds in height as you go up in the atmosphere, and that's why we're seeing some of those more greater probabilities of seeing tornadoes within this sector. The dog is telling, yes, it's lunchtime. Well, someone came to the door. Yeah, so very damaging tornado on the ground, folks. You're watching live storm coverage. We've been watching this supercell for a while. It literally just this one actually formed probably south of Lubbock earlier, and this has been in a northeast trajectory ever since. Yeah, that is not what you want to see on radar, folks. That is never a good sign. You see exactly where the tornado is. It looks like it's crossing just northwest of Monday. But Rhineland, city of Rhineland, likely taking a direct hit with this. Let's just give you some other cities. Vera, Red Springs. We're going to cross over Highway 82. That's a fairly busy highway right there. This just, continues to move further northwest. Going to likely put it near Electra, Iowa Park, and Wichita Falls in probably an hour and a half. Did anyone see the 4-mile long debris field on Doppler yesterday? How does this evening and early Sunday morning look like in DFW? Yeah, so last easy is squall line comes through in the overnight hours. Probably a cap holding much of the activity in the afternoon. Squall line comes in the overnight hours. Appears to be 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning coming through DFW there. There's the Dallas radar. They're still showing no signs at all of any little thing that's trying to bust the cap. No little activity. One little light shower by Decatur. Not too much to worry about down there. Going to Oklahoma City. Kind of the same deal. Everything's still west. Everything's still west of you. Kind of the calm before the storm. Norman, Tulsa. Gonna be more of a bumpier evening in the overnight. Everything's north of Enon. Most of the activity is north of Enon. This is the cell that's moving at 80 miles an hour. That still continues to show signs of rotation. That one cell north of Enid. Look how big the warning is, right? That definitely tells you it's how fast it's going. They expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes. It also has some 70-mile, 80-mile-per-hour winds with it as well. So this is a significant supercell just north of Enid. It's all heading towards Ponca City. So in the Ponca City region, you need to be on high alert because this is going to be knocking on your doorstep quickly, moving at 75, 80 miles an hour. Ellis County, Kansas warning, moving Powell, how fast? What city is that? Can you type the city? Got the right city for you. Yeah, another tornado warning further north. This one's also in Kansas, heading into northwestern portions of Missouri. Oh, this one you just have like a little mesoscale discussion. But the warning north of there, Plainville, north of Hayes, that one's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. I think that answers your question. Yeah, so that storm right there is actually moving northeast, Brad. Of Playville, Kansas. Is that the same area? Playville. Playville. 2 words? Playville, Kansas. It's not popping up Playville. I'm sure is it by Hayes? Plainville. Yeah, Plainville. Yeah, 55 miles an hour. There you go. Yeah, still pretty fast. Let's tap into the Vernon radar here. Got that leading edge of the supercell heading towards Vernon. Now, this area typically gets some pretty nasty hailstorms out there. I know Burnett is one of those ones. I think a couple years ago they had a 5-inch hailstone, 5.5. It was definitely bigger. One of the top 5 of all time, 5.5 inches in Texas. Yeah, so still has the capability of producing some tennis ball size hail. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This was located near 10 miles southwest of the Grayback region. So Electra, Iowa Park, and Burnett is going to be in sights for the supercell. And the rotating supercell is the one that's training back behind it to your southwest. All lifting northeast. All right, so here's another storm chaser, Connor Croft. He's on that storm. On a storm here. He is just west of the Oklahoma City region. So he's looking off to his west of this supercell that's borderline severe. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. You see most of the storm chasers are just kind of getting in place for a little bit more significant event heading towards El Reno, Edmond, Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman. They're never a good sign when you got all the storm chasers hanging out in your backyard. You know stuff is going to go down probably. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Thanks for joining me on the live stream this Saturday afternoon. I don't know how most people are watching. If you're watching from your desktop, your laptop, your iPad, your cell phone, maybe you're out and about. But yeah, we are doing extensive storm coverage this afternoon. More of a widespread severe weather event. It is one of those days that's likely going to turn pretty active. We've already had several tornadoes. We've actually had one confirmed large wedge tornado, maybe possible 2 tornadoes like that. So it already has been a significant day, and this, I think, this maybe what's to come. But as we get deeper in the afternoon into the overnight hours. We do have daylight to work with, so we can actually see these things coming. It always gets harder at night when you don't have the benefits of the sun anymore, and gotta rely on lightning strikes to actually see this activity sometimes. We still have that dangerous supercell heading towards Electra. Looks like we had a confirmed tornado just north of the Stillwater region earlier. This was about 10 minutes ago. This dropped a tornado confirmed by spotters near the US 177, 1 mile south of Noble County line, 6 miles southwest of Morrison, Oklahoma, 6 miles southwest of Morrison, Oklahoma. Looks like it's still potentially maybe still on the ground. Yeah, confirmed tornado still on the ground, folks. 4 miles southwest of the Sooner Lake region, moving north at 45 miles an hour. So this was the same one that was on the ground earlier, moving north this time, north at 45 miles an hour. The Morrison and Sooner Lake are in the path of this dangerous supercell that has dropped a tornado. You can actually, if we really zoom in, you can see Sooner Lake here. See the leading edge of that circulation right here? Hey, we're going to need underground houses before all this is over. Thanks. I'm going to need a bigger helmet. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, yeah, those hailstones can be pretty intense. I know I never want to be caught in the crosshairs of one of those 4 and 5 inch hailstones. We had another small confirmed tornado earlier, just south of Dexter. Looks like south of Dexter. That was another confirmed tornado that dropped earlier. That was only about 9 minutes ago. So we still have that tornado warning. Continue in place. This was actually the extremely large tornado, dangerous situation. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Yeah, there is concern, folks. There is your dangerous tornado right here. That is really evident on radar. Very dangerous situation unfolding. PDS, dangerous tornado, extremely large, likely doing extensive damage. This is southwestern Elk and eastern Collie counties, and this is in Kansas, put out by the Wichita, Kansas National Weather Service. So Cambridge, Grenola, Grand Summit, those are areas in the path of this large tornado that is confirmed to be on the ground right now. This is likely doing extensive damage, folks. Yeah, it was reported earlier to be small, but now it looks to have intensified and area of coverage. See the leading edge of that debris being lofted up in the atmosphere, heading towards Grand Summit and Granola here. Likely rain wrapped. Doesn't look good north of Stillwater. Yeah, this is the storm we're on. We got 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground, folks. One north of Stillwater and the other one further north. Heading towards this, out of Dexter at the moment. Heading towards Granola. Here was that other tornado coming out of Sooner Lake region. Sooner Lake. There's the new scan. Moving pretty quickly, so it jumped up a good bit. It's still a damaging tornado on the ground. This one's also moving northeast at 45, moving north around 45 miles an hour. Yeah, so if you same general vicinity where that other tornado dropped. That's the unfortunate of these situations where you've got the same general vicinity circulation that your area might get hit once or twice, or maybe even 3 times over the course of the evening with these supercells training in the same general area that train. So if you get hit once, you have an increasing probability you might get close to being hit again, at least within the vicinity. You can see that unfolding just north of Stillwater, and that's the same one that's heading towards Dexter at the moment, where they do have that confirmed tornado on the ground. Hey, Monday and Seymour tornado approaching. Yeah, so we got that. Oh, we have let's go back into his feed here. All right, so he's on this supercell. He's just off to its south. This is tornado warning. You can see the rain shafts lowering. Got the wall cloud here. So he is over Alfalfa, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is in western Oklahoma. Southwest of El Reno. Yeah, look at that, folks. So he is off to its south. He's watching the storm and see if it's actually going to drop a tornado here.
Slow mover.
But he is on that supercell.
Not a ton of visible rotation either.
turning into one supercell.
Storm spotter on the actual ground confirmation. Watching this wall cloud.
Might take a while to organize, but definitely worth staying on the storm. Need to activate my side camera here.
Vince is driving towards it. Corey.
Yep, wall cloud pretty much just fell apart again.
Okay, so here's Vince. He's actually
Let's stop and take a look-see. I almost wonder if we do have a second area. We do. I think our new area rotation is going to probably be up in here. That's our old one over there, but I think it's going to reform a bit farther north. There is a lowering down in there. Yeah, I'm gonna back. We're going to keep moving north, guys. I think this is handing off just a touch farther north. That's the old circulation, and I think we want to be up here.
It's going to do what
that's all like outflow looking. It's getting pushed out. It looks like that's the old wall cloud getting pushed out. I think by RFD. So I think we want to get north and get up toward maybe Hinton.
But he is actually heading north of it.
Sorry about the trees.
See if you can actually see the other side. There's nothing on the ground at the moment. It's just kind of a wall cloud that's trying to recycle again.
This includes Interstate 40 between mile markers 100 and 105.
It is actually moving about moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour.
What's that? You broke up on the first part.
So he's actually right
Just
here.
said I don't know if
This is actually him driving one of these.
just updated the warning. It is up to I-40.
Not sure where to drive on this road.
It's actually moving northeast.
Is this even a road or is this like a cow
It's
path?
actually going away from him.
Christ.
Trying to come up in the backside.
I have an absolute line of cars stuck behind a freaking truck in the left lane. This is dumb. Yeah, everybody's driving like morons right now.
I got chasers so far out my butt I can taste them here. And I'm on literally a clay road that's wet. Like, yeah, get used to
They're
it.
north of it. They're trying to intercept it on the north side off the interstate. Okay, storm chasers all around.
That way, when they get stuck, they'll expect you to pull them out right away.
I'm worried about me stopping and getting slid into. Seriously.
We're watching live cam.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the absolute inversions of today. It's going to be ridiculous.
Storm chaser.
4 high and just full send. I checked a lot of these roads, even the soft ones are in okay shape. Trying to develop, and they're kind of high base looking.
Yeah, so here he is right here. This is actually the tornado. This is actually the this is the circulation. It's actually outrunning. This is all lifting northeast, eventually heading towards Hinton. Actually, Brandon.
Looks like this thing is
Another guy is
freaking chucking some inflow into it right now.
We're going to intercept it from the east here.
Oh, this road is a mistake.
This is actually headed right towards him.
Yeah, the wall cloud keeps recycling. It's
Hey
kinda high
David, that's
base.
100 miles west of you.
It's just very
So
immature.
if it's west of you, you're about to get in the thick of it here in about an hour or so.
This road may have been.
Man, I hate those childish wall clouds.
Their voices are way louder than yours.
I know, they need to grow up.
Sorry.
Freaking full Baja sending here. Literally, that's like just That stuff is so soft. As long as you're moving, you're okay. But the second you stop moving, you just, oh, nasty.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nasty, nasty, nasty road. It's not too terribly
Oh, now
wet.
you can't hear me.
I gotta stop making a.
Okay, so we basically have to put the storm spotters on mute. All right, so you can definitely hear me now. All right, yeah, you should definitely hear me now. I was what are the Cape values in DFW? Hey, this guy needs to find a real road. Yeah, I know. Well, that's your options. But you can hear me now, right? I mean, you can definitely hear me now, right? I mean, that's just when the storm spotters were turned on. Okay. Yeah, spotters were way wow. Yeah, I'm not. I'll have to look in that why that's the case. All right, so yeah, there was that. That's what started it all. There was that confirmed tornado near Knox City. That's that same supercell that continues to produce a radar indicated tornado, but still another notch. So that's probably going to start dropping maybe any moment now. That does not look good right there. Yeah, we could in fact have another tornado on the ground, folks. We have not had confirmation yet, but it looks like it's that is definitely a possible tornado right there, moving across Highway 82. This is Highway 82. It's already had confirmation of dropping a tornado. Probably done its recycling, and it looks here maybe potentially on the ground again. And that's definitely a tornado, folks, right there. That definitely dropped a tornado. And it's on the same vicinity as the one by Electra. So now this is over Grayback. This is 4 miles northeast of the Grayback region, only moving at 15 miles an hour. So notice the slowness of this one. This was the wall cloud. They're actually on it right now. What difference it is. It's only moving at 15 miles an hour. So yeah, the storm spotters are actually further north. Yeah, so there's no rotation where the storm spotters are actually. They're on this cell by Eakley. This one's actually not confirmed. Just trying to see if this is actually going to drop or not. So Hinton, Binger, Eakley, Alfalfa, and Cedar Lake are in the crosshairs from this potential tornado. There's numerous storm spotters on this wall cloud that's just showing subtle signs of rotation. Nothing imminent trying to drop, but it's only moving. This one's actually moving a little bit faster at 35 miles an hour. So if we expand the coverage here, yeah, so just today alone, folks, these are your tornado reports coming out. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like we've had already 7 potential confirmed tornadoes here today. 7 tornado reports so far. This is also a train spotter out of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Saw multiple twisters, as well as confirmed 2.5-inch hailstone just north of the Ponca City region. That was about an hour or so ago. We lift further north. This is actually just east of Des Moines here. So activity is lifting further north now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for into central Iowa. So severe storms have now reached central Iowa now. This was likely heading towards crossing over Interstate 80 and then back into the Cedar Rapids region. Eventually possibly back into Iowa City. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Northeast at 25 miles an hour. Hey, looks like it's starting to talk, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. How bad are the storms going to be? Decatur, Illinois. By the time they actually make it to Illinois, they're going to be definitely on the weaker side. Now, here's the current radar, folks. Everything's essentially west of Wichita Falls, west of Oklahoma, west of Tulsa, west of Bartersville, west of Independence, west of Cedar Rapids. Nothing out ahead of it. Now let's go back to some of these high resolution models and let's look at some of the instability in the atmosphere. Yeah, let's look at this is actually yeah, I'm curious. I want to actually look at some of these Cape values. What's referred to as convective available potential energy in the atmosphere. This is essentially instability in the atmosphere. So you can see there's a lot of instability, right? I mean, a normal thunderstorm is around 500 Cape. I mean, we're talking this is over 3,000. This is a lot of energy in the atmosphere, 3,700. So yeah, anytime, you know, the higher these Cape values, the more intense these storms could likely be. So there's a lot of convective available potential energy, you know, in some of these areas that have, you know, higher risk with nothing happening. So that just goes to show you, I mean, there's a cap, right? So the cap is limiting a lot of activity, just say in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but the instability is there. I mean, the conditions are like prime, very, very prime for supercell thunderstorm structures. But the one thing that's limiting the activity is the capping inversion, right? So even though you don't have as much instability, you know, say further north in Oklahoma City, you don't actually have the cap to contend with. So you're going to have dangerous supercell thunderstorms with a little bit less instability. So yes, the intensity is higher, say in Dallas, but you could basically get nothing because you have that cap in place. But you have higher intensity values in the Kansas City region. We was looking at some of the high resolution data earlier, showing all those supercells over Kansas City, likely towards the 5-6 o'clock time frame. So yeah, that is definitely a concern. You got a lot of instability within the Kansas City region, so it could get pretty bumpy, as we head deeper in the evening. You can see the trend of this instability. Let's just zoom it out and kind of show you the trend into the overnight hours. As we go into the overnight hours, look what happens, right? So the disturbance comes in from the west, right? It erodes the boundary layer, but it also erodes the instability. You got the leading edge of that squall line with some cooler air back behind it. That's going to erode the cap and inversion and have a nasty squall line on the leading edge. So that likely moves out, then refires again in the heat of the afternoon as you head, could be tomorrow on Sunday afternoon, likely Dallas eastbound with more severe storms, but less intense, particularly storms that are maybe unfolding today. But yeah, so the answer to your question earlier, yes, there is a lot of intensity within this atmosphere. Some of the highest levels we've seen so far. All right, so let's look at this. This is helicity values. All right, so this is interesting to look at. So these are helicity values. So this kind of goes to show you these are where probably supercell thunderstorms either have the greatest updrafts, potentially drop some larger hail, or possible tornadoes. This is where the atmosphere is, have these greater updrafts with it. So yes, the darker the colors, the more intense updrafts are likely over the next 48 hours. So yeah, you can see where those supercells have produced tornadoes within the Seymour region, lifting northeast. So it implies, yeah, we could have some intense train track supercell thunderstorms following the same area. We move further north, then we also have another swath of instability that might form some more longer track tornadoes. So this is the latest run from the high resolution guidance, just kind of pinpointing some areas that have a more favorable development of greater updrafts, swinging from Woodward to Wichita to Emporia to Topeka. And south of Bartersville, you got Wichita Falls, and there's the Dallas-Fort Worth area, not showing too much updraft situation, but as you go into southeast Texas, likely into Sunday afternoon, would likely have more updraft potential, heating in the daytime, heating in the afternoon, into northeast Texas, southeast Texas, maybe some instability going through the Kansas City region. So these are just more favored areas that you could possibly see in the greatest updrafts, seeing a potential tornado or some larger hail within your area. Yeah, so that's interesting to see. These are the convective models. So now let's look at tornado parameters. Yeah, so here's your tornado parameters as we head into, say, 8 o'clock this evening. There's 10 o'clock coming out of the Tulsa region, Springfield. Yeah, so the tornado parameters and the instability are both high at the same time within the Oklahoma region. Don't have a cap to work with, so you're definitely going to be unloading that atmosphere. Yeah, so if you'd like to me for to look at your particular city, you can let me know in the chat. I'll be happy to possibly look at your city and maybe kind of give you a guide point of maybe what might be to come through the evening. Hey, how's Oklahoma doing? I just got up from a much needed nap. Yeah, Oklahoma's fine right now. We got storm spotters off to the west. Not much happening in Oklahoma City, but it's probably a matter of time. It's 4:08, so you might be, I would say, 3 hours away. I would say from a greater activity up in your area. Um, I mean, this could go on into Monday. I mean, a little bit. I mean, sorry, I'm trying to look at some. Sorry, y'all. Okay. All right. So thanks everyone for tuning in to live coverage. We got another developing cell. That's that cell just north between Vernon. Another supercell. Continue to lift northeast. That one's located near the city of Harold. That one's over the city of Harold. Yeah, this is crossing over the state line here, coming out of Texas, heading into Oklahoma. Yeah, these are the cells that are likely going to be heading towards Lawton, to Oklahoma City later on. Yeah, most of this activity is moving northeast fairly quick, but the line is just barely moving eastbound. So it's not moving very fast eastbound. So that's why it increases the severe threat over your area for longer durations and increases the flood threat as well. Hey, Bob. Yeah, the latest. Yeah, you're asking about McKinney. There's a strong cap over the Metroplex right now, so there's probably not much activity in the afternoon. Everything appears to be overnight, kind of the wee hours of the morning, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. likely get a pretty good squall line coming through the Metroplex. All right, so let me answer your question. Lots of lightning. Thank you, pal. Everyone be safe and have a good rest of your weekend. What about the Chicago region? Anything to develop? Yeah, we looked at Chicago earlier. It definitely appears you are in the crosshairs, but by the time it actually reaches you, they're going to be in a much weaker state. You're kind of like on the tail end of it. Do you have another tornado warning? Another radar indicated tornado coming out of Maryville. This is just north of the Albany area. Looks to appear into far northwest portions of Missouri. There's northwestern portions of Missouri here. Yeah, this one was moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour, so moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is also showing signs of rotation. We do have a tornado warning in place. This is just north of the Albany region, heading towards Martinville. Yeah, this is the northwestern portions of Missouri, heading towards Interstate 35 here. Interstate 35. Hey, watching from Lincoln, Nebraska. We had fun yesterday. Is today going to be the same? No, not for Nebraska. It's not going to be the same at all for your area. Here's Lincoln. You're kind of like on the outskirts today. Definitely not going to take the brunt of it today, that's for sure. Yeah, Kansas City, Wichita, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, I would say Fayetteville, northwestern Texas, Wichita Falls. Yeah, those areas look to take the brunt of this activity. Is Plano safe today? What about the 3 a.m. time frame? Yeah, so it's conditional risk today. Looks like there's a strong cap. Plano. Yeah, so you can nasty squall line in the overnight. They'll probably have watches in place in the overnight hours in the Metroplex. Could always pop up a spin up tornado or two along that line. It's going to be a nasty overnight squall line, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We still have tornado warnings further south into Texas. We still have that confirmed tornado. This one may be still on the ground for an extended period of time. This was confirmed earlier into Knox City. So this possibly is the same tornado that's been on the ground for a while. See what we're looking at here. This is another extremely large damaging tornado. All right, so this is located 5 miles northeast of Red Springs, 5 miles northeast of Red Springs. You can see this dangerous tornado right here, dropping some significant debris in its wake. There is your circulation right here, folks. Yes, we have another extremely large tornado on the ground. This is north of the Seymour region. Nasty developing situation. It's located north of the Red Springs area. This crossed over Highway 82 there. This is north of Seymour. And this is all heading towards Lake Kemp area. And eventually towards Electra, Iowa Park. This is the same system that's likely been on the ground for a while now. You see these mixing of colors showing that extreme large damaging tornado on the ground. Might have come down a little bit from the last frame. But nonetheless, we do have a confirmed extremely large tornado on the ground. So we have several tornado warnings, folks. We have one extremely large tornado on the ground in Texas. We have another confirmed tornado in Missouri. Let's go back up to the Missouri one. Find a Omaha. All right, so here is the confirmed tornado north of Albany. So this is another confirmed tornado, folks, north of Albany. This is all moving towards Martinsville, the northwestern portions of Missouri. This is heading towards Interstate 35 here. Heading towards Interstate 35. Hey, Casey. Oh, Kansas City, Cody. Yeah, we looked at Kansas City earlier. Kansas City is going to be, yeah, you're not that far away from being inundated pretty heavily in Kansas City. I'd say towards around the 6 o'clock time frame. Through around midnight, you're going to be taking the brunt of this, these supercells. Everything's still off to your west and northwest. But eventually this this squall line off to your west is going to be in your neck of the woods, and it doesn't appear to go anywhere anytime soon. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. I'm looking at the feed as much as possible, but I only can see like 20 comments, you know, and then it's gone. So if I'm not looking at it, and then it goes up pretty quick depending on how many people chat. Cloud, what's your question? Oh, plane levels are high due to weather. Praying for no tornadoes in western Oklahoma. Yeah, so if you're in western Oklahoma, depends on how far back you are. But right now, here's the path of this. Like, so for example, like Elk City, Woodward, Clinton, those areas are in the clear. Everything's moving northeast. All right, we have several tornado warnings still. Confirmed tornado. Looks like we still have that confirmed tornado in Texas. Yeah, this is a massive system, folks. It continues to show that it's still on the ground. Look at that nasty hook. That's almost textbook. That is not what you want to see on radar, folks. That's likely doing extensive damage here. So this is what we're looking at here. That is your tornado. Extremely large tornado here, just north of the Seymour region. This is moving northeast towards Electra and Iowa Park, towards Burke Burnett and far northwest portions of Texas. Yeah, large tornado on the ground. The PDS warning, particularly dangerous situation, tornado, still unfolding. That was north of the Red Springs region, north of Red Springs, Seymour, Red Springs, Lake Kemp, Abell, and Lake Diversion is all in the path of this dangerous supercell. Yeah, very dangerous, damaging tornado on the ground, folks. It looks like it's traversing right along Highway 82, right along Highway 82 there. Or maybe just off to its north. Wow. That is a crazy storm, folks. Yeah, so extremely large, damaging tornado on the ground. This is north of the Seymour region. This is in northwest Texas. Hey, I've lived in a trailer now for 25 years or so and no tornadoes hit since. Yeah, I mean, it's, tornadoes is a lot of times it can be pretty isolated. I mean, you gotta realize it's tornadoes got to hit like a certain area at any given point. I mean, I've lived in Texas all my life and nothing's even come close to my house. So, I mean, the odds of a tornado actually hitting your house are actually not very good at all, which is actually a good thing. But I've definitely heard people that their house has got hit. Yeah, an extremely large, damaging tornado on the ground, folks. Today as a whole is much worse and has the chance to be way worse than yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It definitely has the potential Yeah, we're 4:30, folks. This is 4:30. We're right at prime time peak heating. Most areas have reached the warmest they're going to be all day long. We've got the trough coming in from the west. Got a whole slew of storm chasers on this one. All right, so this is the activity the storm chasers are on. Go back into one of his feeds. Sorry. Yeah, but they're hanging out right around Interstate 40 there. You got what? You got all of them, right? You got 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, they know this area is about to go. This is kind of the calm before the storm in Oklahoma City, or El Reno, Edmond, Norman. We could actually have a developing tornado right here. That's another storm by Greary. Looks to be Greary. This is northwestern Canadian County in central Oklahoma. Another producing storm. Capable of producing a tornado. You got every storm spotter on that one. They're literally hanging around this spot because this has the greatest probability of producing the more significant tornadoes over the next couple of hours. Yeah, El Reno, yeah, they're definitely in the crosshairs with this one. Let's look at this one. Yeah, he is on that supercell. So here's his visual right here. He's watching this circulation from the south here. Yeah, those are some ominous clouds, folks. Yeah, very ominous clouds. Got a slew of storm spotters on this particular cell. See it actually trying to get its act together here. There may even be a tornado there near Carnes. There may be a possible tornado there. Yeah, so far we got radar indicated, but there's a lot of storm spotters trying to get confirmation if this thing is actually dropped in between that rain shaft here. Highway 270. They were all along Interstate 40, so they're a good 4 or 5 miles from that storm. So we are watching this developing potential tornado here unfold as we speak. Hey, it looks like Kern's got a tornado. Yeah, I mean, it definitely appears to be a tornado, folks. I mean, we don't have confirmation, but that definitely looks like a tornado, folks. There is the city of Kearns. That looks like every bit a tornado is on the ground. Yeah, this is continue to lift northeast. Yeah, it's just really hard to see, but that's got to be a tornado on the ground. This is Kingfisher. Looks like Kingfisher maybe in its sight. There's some. There's your possible tornado, folks. Still looking pretty impressive on radar. Yeah, to me, it's still on the ground. Hey, without thunderstorms, it's getting very windy here in areas of north of Tulsa, almost already 45 miles an hour, just cloudy. Yeah, you're just kind of feeling that low-level jet come in. More intense winds. Yeah, regardless if you're outside of the thunderstorms, it's going to be windy. Yeah, most of the areas across the southern plains are under a wind advisory. Still a pretty strong cap in Dallas. Breaks overnight. Go back to Dallas here. Yeah, not much activity. Nothing happening on radar. 4:30. Yeah, everything's northwest and into Oklahoma. We're on this this tornado that lowered. Not a tornado anymore north of Seymour. Bunch of storm chasers was on this storm north of El Reno. That continues to show there is a tornado there. I don't think Bartersville is under a wind advisory unless they change it. Morning. No, it doesn't show you're under a wind advisory. It shows you're under a flood watch. Yeah, rainfall anywhere from 2 to 5 inches. Localized areas 6 to 7 inches. In Bartersville, rainfall 2 to 5 inches, and localized amount 6 to 7 inches. But that shows you how active it's going to be overnight. Yeah, lots of lightning again. I'm surprised with all the sun we've gotten today that the cap is holding. Having a feeling that it'll break soon for heating. I've been to Broken Bow Lake. I know it's not the same area, but it was really beautiful. Yeah, I've been to Broken Bow many times. Been windy all day here in Broken Arrow. Hey Susan, I don't want to sleep with one eye open tonight. Yeah, it's going to be one of those nights when you got storms coming in over in the overnight hours. All right, so let's expand the view and look at other areas. Yeah, so the severe threat has actually gone way north. Now it's north of Cedar Rapids, feeding back into Madison. Some activity is eventually going to head into areas towards Milwaukee, or actually. You got the low pressure center lifting northwest. Sorry, lifting northeast. This is where we had the tornadoes earlier, just north of the Topeka in the Kansas City region. Wow, you see that lightning strike? Yeah, he is on that storm by Kingfisher. This is the storm they're actually on right now. Still showing that rotation, folks. And it's a great radar, and I've tried many, definitely worth it. Yeah, I like Radar Omega. They're constantly upgrading it. Got all the bells and whistles. It's actually pretty easy to use. Got it on my phone, and this is the desktop version. Yeah, look at that ominous supercell, folks. Wish there wasn't a difference in sound.
It goes to Okarchi and then goes up to Kingfisher up here. It'll be doable. And then, Corey, for your information, once you get past those two trucks, it opens wide open. And
Funnel directly in front of us, guys. Funnel on the backside of this wall cloud trying to drop.
Yeah, so they are on this storm system. We're looking at this circulation right here. They are just south of that. This has actually been rotating for a while, but they yet to have confirmation that's actually touching down. But nonetheless, we do have that tornado warning in place. This is coming just northwest of the El Reno region, northwest of the El Reno region. A very ominous wall cloud, supercell structure. How's my day, pal? It's great. I'm doing good. Appreciate you asking. Ottawa, Kansas, and a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. Does this mean looks to be it for the tornado risk, or is it first of several watches? You're probably going to be extended. Yeah, you're likely going to be extended. We have a squall line that's still heading informed out west. We have another disturbance that's going to come in the overnight hours. So this is kind of like the first round of it. This is one of those long duration events. Kind of a longer duration event. But you can see where most of the activity is. Yeah, it's just basically northwest of Dallas towards Seymour, Vernon, Wichita Falls, Lawton. The brand new cell, you notice these cells continue to lift further northeast. The brand new supercell out of Norman, Oklahoma issued this severe thunderstorm warning. This one's likely heading towards the city of Lawton. Another storm capable of producing a tornado. Some golf ball size hail with it. Go to PAL for your LDE. You guys are amazing me, taking the time to give us the real-time info. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, I love the weather. I wish it wasn't so intense day. You know, I hate these dropping tornadoes because I know it does damage to people's homes and it ruins their lives. So it's always never a good sign, but my job is to protect life and property as best I can. All right, so they continue to be on this supercell that's just north of El Reno, heading towards Kingfisher. Still radar indicated. Here was the explosion of activity earlier, just north of the Enid region, heading towards Ponca City. They have a newly issued flood warning there, it looks like. Expecting another couple of inches of rain. We had a tornado earlier just south of Malone, near the city of Malone in Howard, Kansas. This was near Howard, Kansas. We had a confirmed tornado. Go back up with Kansas City. Kansas City, you're not too far off. Probably have another hour or so, and you're going to be in the thick of it. So and just enjoy the calm while you have it for a little bit longer. Probably going to be bumpy for a while, probably 6 to 8 hours there in the Kansas City region. Now, this one actually could drop a tornado at any moment here. He is on that storm just northwest of El Reno. Storm they're looking at. Continues to show signs of rotation. So Kingfisher, Dover, going to be crossing over Highway 3, intersecting Highway 3 and 81 there in the city of Kingfisher. Hey, I've been water spouts at Lake over Hostler, about a block away from where I live. That's pretty. So appreciate you, pal, and keep us weather aware and ahead of the storms. You're the best. Hey, you're welcome, Warrior. Appreciate all your support, channel, and always watching my videos. I always see your comments. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I pretty much do daily updates on my channel to keep you weather aware. I didn't do one today because I know I was going live. But this is one of those high impact days. We have another severe weather day tomorrow, but it definitely does not look nearly as intense of what today could untold. Then Monday is basically next to nothing. Really starts to wind big time. Probably take a little bit of a lull for a couple days. Looks to ramp back up again, possibly Thursday, maybe across the Central Plains again. It's still showing that nasty supercell structure up there just northwest of El Reno. Yeah, it's on my Twitter feed now. In Dallas, yeah, tornado producing storms remain west southwest of Wichita Falls from northeast Oklahoma. Metroplex remains capped at the time, so while some shower attempt to continue, nothing is intensifying or any concern in the near future. Yeah, basically that's what it looks like to me. But he is on that structure just northwest of the El Reno region. Yeah, so here is the supercell. They've been trying to get confirmation if it actually lowered or not. And no question, at one point this actually produced a tornado. We just didn't have confirmation. We'll find out later. But it definitely had shear rotation for a good 5-6 minutes. Hey, supposed to storm Wednesday and Thursday, which ruins my fishing days. Yeah, it definitely looks unstable across the middle part of the country, that's for sure. So some of the same areas continue to be under the gun. I've seen water spouts at Hey, my hometown is Altus. Usually gets tornadoes. Always looks like it's missing so far. Hey, Brian. Yes, I can add that later. That's a good tip. I can add that. I know YouTube has options to send super stickers. But I can definitely add that to the feed. I'm just looking at some of my Twitter feed. Watching that tornado earlier that was north of Stillwater. Same way. Yeah, this area, very strong rotation, is working its way into Kingfisher. A significant tornado could touch down at any time. Yeah, this is the one we're on right here. One we've been watching for a while now. It's still showing rotation, folks. It's still there. Got a lot of makings. Actually, a little bit more pronounced with that last scan. Yeah, so here we are right here. This is a developing tornado potentially. We're looking off into the southern Kingfisher County region. Trying to see if this potential tornado does in fact touch the ground. It definitely appears pretty ominous with a nice structure. This is all moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right, there's the circulation in question, folks. This is why a tornado warning is in place. This is not confirmed, but definitely appears we've got some sort of there's the last scan. Pulse back down. Seems to be coming and going up here. Hey Brian, you're awesome. Thanks so much. Appreciate the donation. Greatly appreciate your support. Definitely appreciate your support, Brian. Greatly appreciate it. We continue to watch this storm that's coming out of just north of El Reno here. It's a developing potential tornado that's trying to lower and get confirmation that we do have a confirmed tornado. At signs, it was definitely showing rotation, but it's definitely not showing that much anymore. Looks between Concho and Arapahoe and Chayarez. Towers east of Dallas. All right, well that's interesting. East of Dallas? Definitely wouldn't be east. Hey, my pleasure. I completely forgot about the sticker function. Hey, no problem. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, greatly appreciate the support. KC peeps. All right, so that tornado does not appear to go anymore unless it's trying to recycle. But any circulation that was there, it's definitely not there anymore. Go back. Let's go up to Elk, Kansas, because we do have looks to appear still a confirmed tornado on the ground in Elk, Kansas. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado that was near Fall River. Fall River. This is southeastern Kansas and Fall River. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So it's going to be on your doorstep in Fall River in about 5 minutes. And heading towards Toronto in about at 5:25 in around 25 minutes or so. Yeah, so this is your confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Actually right here, folks. Moving in this general vicinity, heading towards Toronto. So anybody in the path of this within the warned area needs to be taking shelter immediately. The developing dangerous situation, confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Going to be crossing over County Road 54. Looks between Eureka and Iola. Yeah, so we're at the 5 o'clock time frame now. Toronto. Yeah, just a smaller city named Toronto as well. Yeah, sometimes it works out that way. 77 degrees in Pryor Creek. Yeah, 83 degrees. What do I need to expect for Aubrey tonight? Trying to prepare. Hey, Monique. Yeah, so it looks like there's a cap over the Metroplex. Probably going to get a squall line in the overnight hours. It's going to be one of those nights where it's going to come through like 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So expect probably some intense winds, very heavy rain, some isolated tornadoes within the squall line, and some isolated pockets of hail. Probably a good idea to park your car in the garage in the overnight. Have that option. All right, so brand new tornado warning. Cell continues to lift northeast, producing a developing tornado. This is the same cell we've been tracking for a while. Now it continues to move northeast, and it's got some baseball-sized hail. This is potentially damaging, very damaging hail core within this sector, as well as a rotating supercell. Yeah, so look at that significant hail core right there. That is dropping some baseball size hail. Potentially baseball size hail here. This is all heading towards Electra. A lot of hail behind it. This is the same cell that's already produced confirmed baseball size hail. So this will eventually head between Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett. Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett. This is the same area that does in fact have that moderate risk for intense supercells, large hail, up to 2.5 to 3 inches in diameter. So we're already seeing confirmation of that. We're definitely seeing confirmation of that. Hey, welcome to the new subscriber. Appreciate your support. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button on the video and make sure you're subscribed to my channel if you hadn't already. Make sure you turn notifications on because I do daily updates whenever I update in the morning times. Hey guys, just tuned in. Hope everyone is safe out there tonight. Hey, Bloody Hag. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Hey, I wish I had a garage. Yeah, it is. It is one of those nights. I mean, you never can, guarantee the hail is going to hit your house, but it's definitely one of those nights that has the increased probabilities to do so. I definitely make sure I at least try to park in the garage. On more volatile nights. But if you don't have one, that's a problem. How's Iowa faring? Yeah, so with some of this activity is heading a little bit further north. Likely on the outskirts, southern Iowa, south of Cedar Rapids. There's some isolated cells. So here's Des Moines. Got activity pushing your way. You got the low pressure center off to your southwest, moving northeast. So everything's kind of lifting northeast. Instability coming back in Des Moines. This is not severe. The Des Moines region. You got pockets of isolated severe traversing across the Interstate 80 region. This is Interstate 80 here. See that right here? Brooklyn, Victor. Then you have more storms trying to form north of Cedar Rapids. Plateville. We still have some severe possibilities, even extended into Madison, eventually into Milwaukee. Not out of the question as that low pressure center continues to lift northeast. A most trustworthy YouTuber for weather. Most others are fearmongers. Hey, I appreciate your support. Yeah, I just try to tell the weather how it is. Not I just turned 49 yesterday. Turned the big 49. I've been tracking the weather for a long time. We got another confirmed tornado. Another confirmed tornado here. This was the one that was over Fall River. This was the one over Fall River in southeastern Kansas. Southeastern Kansas. That confirmed tornado. You can see we've had numerous reports further off to its south. So the activity continues to push further north. Storm Chaser reported trees are uprooted in Elk County and Malign, Kansas. It's definitely taking its sweet time getting to Oklahoma City, huh? And there's still nothing happening in the Oklahoma City region. Yeah, this looks to be a new flood warning. Yeah, new flood warning for this area. See, this same cell's been over here for a long time, so now it's already produced 2 to 3 inches of rain, 2 to 3 inches of rain, and going to be producing some rainfall rates of, wow, 2 to 5 inches an hour, folks. You see this? Yeah, extremely high rain rates potential in 1 hour. Expected rainfall rate is 2.5 to 5 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1.5 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Now this little training supercell that's just literally been persistent. It's not really going anywhere. See it back building back behind it? New convection forming on the backside. Yeah, so they picked up 2 to 3 inches of rain already, and now we're talking, because of just the slowness of the moving system, 2.5 to 5 inches, 5-inch rain rates. That's pretty rare to see something of that high. Fairly rare to see. Yeah, put that in perspective. You know how intense Hurricane Harvey was. At some point, they had rainfall rates of 7 inches an hour. Some areas got 7 inches just in 1 hour. It goes to show you it just depends on how slow these systems are, but they're moving northeast fairly quick, but they're not really moving eastbound or moving out. They're moving northeast, so they tend to train over the same areas. Hey, appreciate the birthday wishes. Yeah, my birthday was Thursday. You're a baby, Roy. Yeah. Oh, I don't feel 49. I feel great. Feel great. I had to deal with something on the other channel. Hey, no worries. Oh, what'd you miss? Not much. It's still the same areas. We're still tracking the supercell off to the west of Wichita Falls. Still confirmed baseball size hail with it. Now we have a flood warning associated with it. We've got seven tornado warnings, 7 tornado warnings currently. We got one north of Bartersville. Been showing a history of tornadoes. Hey, I turned 62 in January, but don't feel it though. My dad used to say, "Is you're as old as you feel," right? All right, we got a couple tornado warnings further north. Now, more activity continues to push further north into Iowa and far northwest portions of Missouri. That area has been active. See the history of these tornadoes, these red triangles here. That's where we've had confirmation of some sort of spotter confirming that there has been a tornado within that region. That's lifting north of the Albany region. I am at that age when I do everything in reverse. Yeah, right? Like, no, I don't want to do birthdays. I know I'm getting 1 year older. I'm loving my 70s. Thank God I'll still be here 32 years. Hey, that's excellent, Yellow Rose. Glad to hear your success story. Need the rain. I just planted 2 rose bushes and blueberry bush. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning into the live feed, folks. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate all the subscribers out there, all the new followers. Yeah, we've been doing live coverage now for almost 5 hours now. It is one of those type of events that going to be a long night. I mean, I could, you got the main activities still coming in from Oklahoma, and it's going to be an overnight threat too. So this is going to be a nasty squall line into the overnight hours. Eventually, it'll head into Sunday. So we probably have at least some form of severe weather for the next 36 hours, probably 36 hours here. Let's look at the latest run of some of the convective guidance. Let's let this fill in. All right, so here's the high resolution guidance. This is some of your latest updates. All right, so you see kind of a squall line here. We got a little squall line. So this is what they call future radar. This is future radar. So as we shift further south, yeah, so the activity continues to remain over Vernon and Wichita Falls. That's why they have the flash flood warning in effect. Eventually head towards the Oklahoma City region, more of a kind of a broken squall line. Then heavier activity as you shift out of Wichita, heading toward Emporia. I think that's when Kansas City is going to be in the brunt of it. Then this will move through areas of Des Moines, through Cedar Rapids, all the way up into Wisconsin, back north of Milwaukee. Last couple frames looks like maybe some isolated cells trying to bubble up through in the Dallas region now. Maybe showing some signs of maybe the cap trying to break. There's 9 o'clock, so isolated activity within possibly Dallas area. And still, man, see, it doesn't move, right? Vernon, Wichita Falls, same areas. This is 4 hours from now, potentially 4 hours, and it's still in the same areas. Lawton, Norman, Oklahoma City, Stillwater, up to Kansas City, Iowa City, Davenport. 11 o'clock. So you got 11 o'clock. Again, Vernon, Wichita Falls, same areas. Pounded, Oklahoma City, Bartersville looks to get crushed probably with intense supercells by then, possibly by 11 o'clock near Bartersville. Then as the low continues to move northeast, you've got activity further north into Iowa, moving through Davenport, heading to Rockford. Go to Chicago, still pretty clear by then. So yeah, supercells try to form into Wisconsin. That's why they still have a risk up there, and even into Michigan by then, even northern Michigan. That would be 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. So here's maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning. Got that line of thunderstorms, that squall line we talked about. Moving out of Wichita Falls finally. So it appears maybe you have another 7 or 8 hours into Wichita Falls area. Moving out of Oklahoma City into Tulsa, very torrential, heavy rains. Maybe some tornadoes along this leading edge in the overnight hours. Kansas City, Bloomington. And there's what, 4 o'clock in the morning? This would be 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, the squall line takes its sweet time, right? 4 o'clock in the morning, trying to approach the Metroplex. Coming out of Oklahoma City, heading towards Fort Smith, pouring in Tulsa. There's Kansas City. Maybe Chicago finally gets some storms by then, but probably not too much to worry about, just stronger thunderstorms. That would be 4 o'clock in the morning. Then it stops there because the run ends. But yeah, so you can kind of see, I mean, a lot of the same areas. These are moving northeast, but they're slowly crawling to the east. They are slowly crawling to the east. Hey, but right now the sun has come out and is beautiful, the nicest we've seen all year. I'm planting 2 kinds of squash and sweet potato vine, and I have to be my peppermint in a container. Yeah, so it is going to be one of those evenings. It's going to be an extended period of time that we're going to be looking for isolated activity. A lot of the same areas get hit for a while now. You're going to have to watch out into the evening time frame in Oklahoma, Kansas City, into portions of Des Moines, Tulsa, Lawton, El Reno. Definitely those areas in Wichita Falls, Vernon. Got the squall line coming through the Metroplex like 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Comes out of Tulsa. They've got flood warnings, flood watches in place there. Topeka, Kansas City is going to take a brunt of it into the overnight hours. And some activity shifts northeast. But yeah, we got plenty more hours of severe storms, folks. So you just have to watch out in the overnight. I'm probably going to go ahead and sign off now. But I greatly appreciate you tuning in to the live stream, and I'll be back probably tomorrow. Maybe come back on, do some more coverage with that Sunday type of event. But yeah, it's some of the same areas still get hit for next couple of hours. This is all going to be slowly shifting. We're gonna have that new boundary coming in out west, and just watch for tornadic spin ups into the overnight, some larger hail, flash flooding setup, and it's going to be a bumpy ride with that squall line and into the overnight hours, extending from much of Texas through Oklahoma, through Kansas, through areas of Missouri, through Iowa. That would push off into portions of Illinois, maybe like Chicago. It's stronger thunderstorms like 4 o'clock in the morning. So, all right, guys. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in to the live coverage. Y'all be safe and you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. All right. Bye for now.